Ayang, le tongué. Le tongué. Yeah, yeah. Robert Gota Kuikan. He looked at the room, he went there to his plan. He's got a Roger cigarette. He got his mom, he's a couple kid. Just he found such other gun. And he had his closet in a box of funding. And don't even know what had. But he's coming for you, yeah, he's coming for you. All the other king, get a pampana kid to veteran, I'm throw my gun. All the other king, get a pampana kid to veteran, faster than my ballet. All the other king, get a pampana kid to veteran, I'm throw my gun. All the other king, get a pampana kid to veteran, faster than my ballet. Robert Gota Kuikan. He looked around the room, he went there to his plan. He's got a Roger cigarette. He got his mom, he's a couple kid. That she found such other gun. He had his closet in a box of funding. And don't even know what had. But he's coming for you, yeah, he's coming for you. All the other king, get a pampana kid to veteran, I'm throw my gun. All the other king, get a pampana kid to veteran, faster than my ballet. All the other king, get a pampana kid to veteran, I'm throw my gun. All the other king, get a pampana kid to veteran, faster than my ballet. lugaron de un que guantel yo plan esgota rolle cigarret. Allí gogismon que se como y ya chifon si chotargon. Y gira di closet y na bolso funding ando ni bono hat. Pa que come fuyu, ya que come forju. Al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Outro macon, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Faster the maban, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Outro macon, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Faster the maban. Gota Queen Hands, kilogaron de un que guantel yo plan esgota rolle cigarret. Allí gogismon que se como y ya chifon si chotargon. Y gira di closet y na bolso funding ando ni bono hat. Pa que come fuyu, ya que come forju. Al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Outro macon, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Faster the maban, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Outro macon, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Faster the maban. I love the whole world. Al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Outro macon, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Faster the maban, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Outro macon, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Faster the maban, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Outro macon, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Faster the maban, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Outro macon, al dio del kit y damba para kit, yo bederan. Faster the
Oops, silly me. Hello, how's it going now? And hello, goodbye, bunker. And is there hope in this world? The fires of war are stoked. What does that even fucking mean, mate? There's already wars going on. What are you talking about? It's like, what?
Hey, books, cut off the book.
3-4 wars going off at the moment and a multitude of different insurgencies.
Valord coward. He is talking about the Texas shit.
Oh,
Over.
what? That fuck. What was that? Texas wants to secede or some shit? Bro, why would they, like, what was it meant to be a civil war? Who cares? If Texas secedes, and then they're just gonna get
Valord
starved
coward.
of fucking resources.
No, it's not seceding. Over.
Well then what's the big fucking deal?
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Hello.
Hey, how's it going,
Over.
bunker? I will
Restream
say,
bot.
guys, I gotta quickly...
YouTube. Bunker housing. Now I aim here. Over. Valord coward. It is just defending its borders.
Oh, is this what we're talking
Over.
about? Channel 5 with Andrew Callaghan. Texas border crisis. Isn't that what Texas has always been doing? Yeah, I gotta duck out and go grab some fucking, whatchamacallit, what is it? Fish and chips. Terrible
Valord
timing on my
coward.
part, I know.
No worries.
Yeah.
Over.
I'll leave you guys with this and I'll come back to it. I should probably have it on 2 screens. I'm just going burn flash. We're gonna get this animation done. In the process of importing it over. Sorry, oddly enough, I spent most of the day watching Bobobo. Oh, but also, I got the job. Yeah, buddy.
Valord
I'm gonna go
coward.
work a pet barn. Yay.
Shadversity.
Yep, Shadversity.
Over.
We got, what's her name? Kirk Patty Kate. And she's doing her review on the Shadow of the Conqueror comic. So hang on, let me quickly...
Valord coward. Nice. GG man, glad to hear it. When do you start? Over.
When I finish
Restream
this
bot.
paperwork, so probably Monday.
YouTube.
Or after
Bunker
paperwork.
housing. You
After
use
we get-
Telegram.
No, I don't use
Over.
Telegram. I don't use Facebook. Alright? Just don't use social media. Social media gives you fucking brain damage. That's a well-known fact. Alright? I already escaped one fucking brain damage machine. I'm not gonna go hop into another. I mean, the closest thing I have to any social media is I got a Twitter, which I basically never use. I just gotta get into the habit of like posting something random every day. Just so I have some level of activity over there. But really, you know, why would you ever want to use social media? It's just a brain damage machine. I already use YouTube, you know? YouTube's already a brain damage machine. Why would I want to use a more
Restream
efficient-
bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Any siders attacks recently? Over.
Siders attacks. What, cyber attack?
Valord
Insider
coward.
attacks?
What? Over.
Or are you talking about side troopers from fucking XCOM? Like psionic attacks. I don't think that's a thing in reality. But hang on, I'll leave you guys with her. I'll be a bit BRB, I've got to go pick up the fish and chips.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ian Kirkpatrick. I'm an author, idiot, and loin streamer, and today we're going to be talking about Shadow of the Conqueror, Enemy of the Self,
remember the smoker screen
the
comes with its own
first
music.
graphic
How cool is
novel
that?
in the Shadow of the Conqueror graphic novel adaptation by Shad M. Brooks with the artist Mike S. Miller, and yeah, we're just going to be talking.
Restream
critiquing,
bot.
talking,
YouTube. Bunker
especially
housing.
about the
No,
differences
you live
between
in
the novel
Australia,
and the
spider capital of the
graphic
world.
novel, because I
Over.
did go into this expecting differences. Usually in adaptations there are differences, and I'm gonna get into like the expectations in a little bit before we get into the comic. But before we get started, number one, if you enjoy what I do here on the channel, please remember to like, share, and subscribe for more. Number two, if you would like to be featured on the channel, check out the
Restream
links
bot.
down in the description below.
YouTube.
The number one way to
Bunker
be featured
housing.
is, through
Is
Lemoine,
this
the
some
monthly
more
prompt
in
writing contest where I give you a
SJW
prompt,
Go?
you write a short story
Over.
or a fragment using that prompt, and on the first Monday video of the month, we bask in the creativity that was the Lemoine submissions. The second way to be featured is if you are an indie author and you have a book out or a book that is coming out, you submit the first chapter and the cover to the Fresh Meat feature. They'll be read here on the channel at
Valord
some random
coward.
interval to hopefully help
Some
more
women
readers
talking
that enjoy
about
what you do find
shadversity.
your work, because you know
Over.
everybody's audience is not the same exact audience. No writer can satisfy literally everybody. And so what I try to do is just give variety, give as much spread to the various things being done out there, and hopefully help the readers find that you exist, because I promise you they are out there. The third thing is, if you would like to check out any of my books, roast me, feel free. Of all things, I do not promise that you will enjoy them. They are what they are. But you can get them at any of your favorite places to get books, including the local library if you don't want to pay for them. just request them or OneDrive.
Valord
But
Coward.
with that said, let's jump into
Shadversity,
this.
the
So last
politifact
year,
that does
last
streams with
January,
Sagan and
actually,
other
I read
politifag
Shadow of the
skeptics.
Conqueror by
Over.
Shad M. Brooks. Before that, I had no idea who he was, but he showed up on my Twitter because he was getting in fights about generative AI, and I discovered that he had written a book. So I was like, okay, let's go see what you can do. So then I read that book, and the full discussion is here on the channel. And then I saw that there was a graphic novel adaptation that was coming. It's going to be in multiple parts. I have no idea how many parts it's going to be, because I think that the website said a 3-part arc for this first story. But based on this first graphic novel, it's going to take a lot more than that to get through all of it. It might just be the first part of a bunch of arcs, because there is a lot of content in Shadow of the Conqueror. Shadow of the Conqueror is like 600 pages. But I wasn't initially interested in doing the comic until I got thinking. I am very curious about what he's determined to do with Lyra and Kusik especially, because Lyra, I feel like, was the most disrespected character in that entire novel. And when you're taking a book from a novel to a graphical novel, yeah, you're bringing some of your fans over from having gotten the novel, but you're changing it into a different format. You're getting some of the comic artists, fans who are going to want to look at his art, and then you're bringing it to comic fans in general who might be interested in this, but they wouldn't be interested in the novel. And so you're going to be getting coverage to new fans. And so I don't know if they're going to have the same experience with Kusik and Lyra that I had in the novel, and I was curious how it was going to be dealt with, especially considering Kusik is a character that is from a culture that is known for dressing in nothing. And that makes me wonder if he's even going to be included in the graphic novel, period. And if he is, then is he going to be drawn naked or is he not? What kind of variations in the book versus the comic are we going to see? What things are going to get cut? How is the story going to be worked together? Because just like with a movie adaptation, you're going to end up pulling things out. You're going to end up inserting different things. You're going to expedite things. You're going to make things work differently for the visual form. And that's what I was curious about. But the most curious thing was I wanted to know what he was going to do with Lyra. So if anybody is unaware who Lyra is and what happens to Lyra in the novel. So Dalen the Conqueror is somebody who is charged with 27 million murders when he was the dictator of Dayless Land, the Dawn Empire. 27 million murders and 420-something rapes of girls as young as 14. Now that was a big thing, because the design for this character was to make him as bad as possible and to see if the worst person possible could be redeemed. That's what I've learned through the process of having read Shadow of the Conqueror. And so, yeah, he never went younger than 14, so there was that. And you know what? He gave them roads and outlawed slave child labor. So those are his defenses. And those defenses are brought up in this book, by the way, in this graphic novel, by the way. We'll get to that. We're going to go through the whole of the graphic novel, so you're going to get to see some stuff. But I have a lot of thoughts as we go through, and the pacing is really terrible in this graphic novel because I feel like I got so much more, obviously, so much more background because I read the novel, but the scenes in this kind of jump, and I think it could have been made much smoother. But then I also feel like there's a character in here. Now, this is totally supposition, so I would love to hear your thoughts on it. If you've read the graphic novel, if you've read the novel, what you think about it, because there was something really off about this new inserted character that was not in the book at all, and then suddenly showed up in this book, and the specific things that he said and the specific outcome for him, like, stick with me. And I want to know your thoughts on that character specifically. I'll let you know mine when we get there. But so, Dayless the Conqueror, super huge war criminal of sorts. You know, he got chased out of society once they overthrew him, and then he hid in a cave, and then he killed himself, and then he becomes young again, right? And so Lyra was one of the Arc Knights, along with her partner Kusig, who were tasked with tracking down this younger version of Dalen, thinking that it was Dalen's son, thinking that he had these Arc Knight powers. They needed to bring him into the Arc Knights, because if you have these powers, you have to be an Arc Knight. So they go and chase him down. Lyra was one of his rape victims, where when she was 14 and he was in his 60s, maybe 58, 59, he raped her, got her pregnant, she had an abortion, and then she got to the point where she could not have a child because of all of that which happened. So then she was like 34 in the book when she reunited with Dalen, I'm pretty sure mid-30s. And she is also tasked with this partner named Kusig, who's of a certain culture that in order to show your restraint and the control that you have over yourself, his people walk around naked. And that is to show that you can resist your urges when you're looking at other people whom you are sexually attracted to. Now, imagine for a second placing the rape victim who still has a rape response with this guy who's always naked. So there's that. There's also the point midway through the book where Lyra keeps like looking, Lyra actually runs into Dalen and sees him and sees that he looks just like the guy who raped her and is like freaking out. And Dalen actually gaslights her into apologizing to him for assuming that he was his father. And he tells her, his victim, she doesn't know that this is the same person, but he tells her that Dalen was not that bad, despite what people think. Like, so he gets his own rape victim to apologize to him for assuming and feeling and responding poorly to him. And then in order to cure this huge rape response she has where she just kind of starts crying around him, and then later she finds out, oh, she was lied to and this is Dalen the Conqueror and she's having a breakdown, everybody around her just repeats, Lyra, you're an arc knight, you're a strong woman. And then she repeats, I'm a strong woman. And then she stops crying and then her trauma is fixed. So, there were vibes that was going to become an eventual love interest, which is also very bizarre considering if you look at the situation where she was 14 and he was near his 60s when they first had sex, and who knows how long she was around. And then he became 80 and then she's, you know, mid-30s. Now he's got a 17-year-old face with a 30-year-old body. And so then if you've got a 17-year-old with a 34-year-old, if that was eventually going to, but he's actually an 80-year-old. The whole thing is just like, what the hey? So I was curious how he was going to do that and how he was going to convince other people to get on board with that. It looks like the whole rape situation with Lyra has been retconned, and I don't mind. So this is another thing that I want to get into before I get into the comic, is I don't care if an author or a creator decides, hey, I have this property, I want to try something else with it, and go with it. We see that with the what-if situations in Marvel, and does DC do the what-ifs? We see it with the twisted anthologies or the twisted stories by Disney where they're saying, hey, what if this other thing happened? And then they just take a different take on their fairy tales. And then we see it with stuff like the creator of Scott Pilgrim saying, well, I have a movie, I have a comic book, I want to do something else with the show. Totally fine. Just say that you're doing something else with the show. And I don't know if the author of Shadow of the Conqueror has just straight up said, hey, I am taking a completely different direction with some of this stuff. But I have seen him do a video that pretty much called all of the critical reviews of his book BS and skipped over them and called them illegitimate while saying that the 5 stars were the only good ones. And so that's where I more have an issue with, if you're going to retcon a story to appease some of the things that you saw in the critical reviews because you saw some legitimacy to the criticisms, then saying all criticisms are BS while also quietly editing it, kind of smarmy. But so that's what I think. Now, I'm also going to go ahead and say I still freaking hate Dalen's character. I think that Dalen's character could have had an interesting story arc, and I still think that you could have gone with making Dalen a redemptionless jerk or having him be somebody who struggled to be a better person, but I still don't think that Shad had the help that he needed or the skill that he needed to craft this the way that it should be. And the pushing things together really just shows the parts that don't work. But let's go ahead and get into the comic. Right here, we're starting with the first page, and I did want to read the first page where we get the introduction to Dalen. Don't worry, I'm not going to read every single page, though we are going to skip through them, and it'll illustrate what is going on in the story, and then I'll kind of tell you what's going on. So my name is Dalen Namaran, but most called me the Great Bastard, the scourge of the nation, Dalus the Conqueror. Yes, contrary to what most people believe, I'm not dead. Are you surprised? Do you think that I've somehow escaped punishment? Well, rest assured, I haven't. The 20 years I've spent in hiding have been torture. Death would have offered the rest I desire and saved me from the endless guilt. Yes, that's right. I, Dalus the Conqueror, agree that I am despicable tyrant the world claims. I murdered, raped, pillaged, and ravaged the world, all in the name of the Dawn Empire. I know that I could never be forgiven for what I've done, and as meaningless as the words are, I'm sorry. So immediately he's appealing to the readership, to the audience, to say that he is sorry, and like, I know that this can sometimes be hard for people to understand, but if you're going to tell me that you're sorry, you need to show me that you're sorry, because I'm not somebody who just believes you. So it's already a hard pill for me to swallow, and I'm going to say, obviously, because I've read the novel, that I do not believe that he is sorry, as he's telling me that for 20 years he has suffered, and he has just been in hiding and he has suffered. I don't think he suffered guilt. I think he suffered boredom and loneliness because he is obviously somebody that likes attention. He obviously likes to be adored, and very few want him. Now, a couple of things come to mind also immediately with this, and I was thinking it over and having discussions with others that, like, so obviously not everybody in the universe hates Dalen the Conqueror, because there are, like, daylights. There are whatever that cult was called of people that still like him. There are going to be areas on this map, you would think, that highly benefited from what Dalen did, that they really, really still liked him. So he could have gone and lived with them in those areas and likely been protected after his fall. But he didn't. Instead, he went to hide in a cave. And you might say, well, that's because he was ashamed. Okay, but he didn't do anything to repent. He didn't give money to these places to try to rebuild these places. He just hid from all of the people that would hold him accountable for his actions. So maybe 20 years ago, it hadn't started out as being sorry. Maybe 20 years ago, it started out as he didn't have an army and he was a chicken shit, because obviously it's immediately after you fall and your ship is burned down, you're probably angry as opposed to guilty feeling. And you could sit in your room all by yourself and, like, percolate on the things that you've done. But I don't think that someone like this would be guilty for 20 years and not take action and then suddenly go, I'm 82, time to kill myself. Because we get to this next page. So he's talking about what he did, where they conquered and they fought these nightshades, and they fought these shades, which are just kind of like zombie-like creatures that people turn into. It's, for me, even in the novel, it was a very random addition. I didn't really understand where it came from or why it came that way, because you got then the mixture of, like, the shade situation and the Dalen conquering everything, because then after you talk about, oh, the shades attack, yeah, and the shades were killing people as they were turning stuff into people, and there was this whole army about it. Well, we conquered it. I became a hero by fighting the shades, and then after fighting the shades, I also started to take money from the aristocracy so that I could feed and pay the poor people, and then the aristocracy hated me for taking their money and started and killed my wife and child. So basically he was a Robin Hood of sorts, and they killed his wife and child, so he killed all the aristocrats and then assumed a position of power. So then at that point, you know, he could distribute the wealth and all of that noise. And then at some point, after having gotten to this position of power and redistributing wealth, then he gets taken down by somebody else, Reaten Leusa, who is another character who is not mentioned in the novel. That guy came up against Dalen. Oh my gosh, is that another retcon? Okay, we're gonna get to that. That guy came up against Dalen and kicked Dalen out, and then Dalen was off on his own. So in the novel, the person that actually ran up against Dalen was Eric the Lightbringer, who we're going to meet later in this, because the two main characters that end up joining Dalen on his quest of everything, of, like, getting his new identity, are Lyra, a woman that he raped, and Eric, a man who was leading the revolution against him, got him kicked out of power, and Dalen had also killed Eric's wife and child. So apparently that's been changed to make a completely different character, to take that damage off of Eric as well. And so, with all of that background force-fed onto you, Dalen is now thinking, you know, this is also doesn't make any sense. So he's standing here on the edge of the cliff that he's going to throw himself off of, and he says, I'm 82 years old. My body is finally dying, which I welcome as a long-awaited but undeserved gift. I have only a few falls left, but if I am to die, I'll see it done my own way. The world should be free of Dalus the Conqueror once and for all. To the end, I plan to cast myself from the continent. My body will fall forever past the continent as it loops through the barrier every 24 hours, carried away into the infinite sky. I know, poetic. It's well known one dies if touching either dark stone or sunstone while passing through the barrier, the very border of the universe. Crossing it, one would re-enter from the other side. So if touching either stone kills you, touching both must be worse. I deserve a painful and sure death. So a couple of things are wrong here. Number one, he's like, okay, well, I think that I should die for what I've done, but also I've waited until, you know, I was 82 years old because my body is finally failing me. And I'm not going to let God be the one to take me out. I'm not going to be the one to let nature take me out. I am going to be the one to take me out. That is not you believing that you deserve justice or that you deserve to die. That is just you being a control freak up until the end, where you should be the one to pull the plug. It is weak reasoning. Now, if you want to just say that you're a narcissist, that's totally fine. Just be a narcissist, Dalen. The second thing is that he says the second thing is that he says that his death should be painful and sure, but then he decides to not use a surefire way to kill himself and instead does one that says, well, if this thing does kill you, well, then this other thing must be worse. By the way of saying this thing must be worse, it means he doesn't actually know if it's worse. So he's actually changing the sure death that he says he deserves for something that he thinks is going to be torturously more, but he's not exactly sure how it's going to turn out. Again, if we're gonna retcon stuff already, like, you might as well change some other things. The intro of this book actually very, very changed where it started, how it started, because initially the novel opened up with him writing in a journal and talking about how he was so sorry for what he did. And this is why I initially did not believe him as anything but a liar in the novel. Is he says how sorry he is in the novel, but then he writes in a book how much he hates this other race of people, and so then he's going to write lies in there to, like, get them for being people who have sex with goats, so that even in death, his enemies can suffer. And so I'm like, how sorry are you if even on your deathbed, you're like, I want to cause pain to people after I die? You're not really sorry. Like, it's a show. Anyway, in the book, he writes his journal, puts it down, goes outside, meets the Lightbringer there, because the Lightbringer is kind of just standing around waiting for his duty, and Dalen is going on a wagon. Oh yeah, this totally got rid of the fight at the very beginning. That was Dalen showing off that he could still fight, because he got healed at the beginning. Then the guy that he was getting the wagon ride from to get on a ship to get to the edge of the world to jump off, that guy challenges him to a fight after Eric healed him, and then they had a sword battle where he proved that he was better, and then he kind of continued, and then he got it. So we missed all of that, which is fine. I don't think you need all of that stuff. But for me, this is kind of a dramatic take where it's just giving you some exposition and his quick background to also try to make him seem like a good-ish person before he throws himself off, and then immediately he becomes young. But this is also a super jarring transition. So here he is falling off of this. Now in the book, he falls off, he wakes up on the ground, he messes around with his powers for a little bit, he then runs into the matronology people and stays in their barn and talks to the women a little bit and judges them for the men being pansies and the women being fat and in charge of everything. And then he leaves, and the son follows out and says, hey, you're so cool, I want to follow along with you. And Dalen is like, no, go respect your parents. And so then he continues on, and he gets to a city where he runs into a hobo when he's sleeping outside in an alleyway, and then he kills the hobo. So we miss all of that in this. We don't see him travel, which I think is the more important thing, because we just see him falling. And then on the very next page, it says one fall 24 hours later. So he just immediately skips from falling into being in this random alleyway with this guy attacking him, or with him attacking Dalen, and we have no idea what instigated this fight. But Dalen is so violent about it that you would think that it was Dalen who instigated it, or this guy was like, this guy doesn't even have a weapon anywhere. So you don't know what's going on, and Dalen is known as being a conqueror, and it would be totally fine to see him go this hard. Like, I don't even mind this if we actually make Dalen just be as bad as he has always been. But we have no context for this scene, which means we could have probably had another page that just shows him being like, what the hell? Why am I young again? What is my purpose? So at the bottom of this page, if we follow down the right side where it says, and this feeling, light drawing into my body, filling me bursting with power. Has the light actually given me a second chance at life? And if so, could I really be a better man? I think that a better choice here would have been to lean further into his narcissism and be like, bro, I am invincible. I can't die. Nobody freaking wants me to die. But shoot, I don't have any money. So then, like, you know, he just recovers from after falling, and he's going to the nearest city, and then he gets to the city. He can't afford to, like, stay in any of the hotels, so he drops into this alleyway, falls asleep, and then the guy attacks him. And so then that might have been one extra page of content. You could do more depending on how much you wanted to write it out. But one, it makes him not have the random thought of, I could be a better man, that then immediately goes into stabbing a hobo with no context. Where he's in like, oh no! I'm just as bad as I've ever been. Because we got covered in blood and him worrying, oh no, I don't want to be like that anymore. I'm the same as tyrant as I ever was. Okay, but like 2 pages ago, you were suddenly saying that you weren't. And so we had no reason for him to have that realization, so it feels so bizarre. We have him being a Spider-Man senses over here.
Edras Rex.
Because of that
Onulu
situation with the
chopped
hobo
my
man, he
head off
runs
in the
away,
prime
needs a
of my
moment to
own
be
life.
alone so he can think about, like,
Over.
what is the reason that he's here? Why is he here? And I do like that. I wish that it hadn't had him have the realization or the thought on the previous page of trying to be a better person. So he could just be like...
Valord coward.
And actually,
LOL it happens.
what I actually would have liked here, because there's
Over.
a moment later in the book where he thinks, maybe this is why I was given a second chance.
Valord
what I would have
coward.
suggested here,
How's
him
it
doing
going,
his
Rex?
regular thing, people may
Over.
have seen the body and they're like, oh my gosh, and he's like, oh shoot, I gotta get out of here before they, do something to me. And then he's, on the rooftops looking at things being like, I wonder why I'm young again. What does the light want from me? And then he's like, oh shoot, I don't have my sword.
Alright, we
I
back.
don't have any of my weapons. And I left that
Edras
journal about my
Rex.
suicide.
Hey.
Oh my
Doing
gosh,
well.
I need to get
Hey,
back
how's
to my house
yourself?
and collect my things before the
Just
neighbors go and
chillaxing
ransack
and
my
trying
house
to
and think
get
that I'm gonna
wound
take my
down for
stuff.
bed.
And so then that would give
Over.
him plenty of reason to get going.
Perfect timing, eh?
And also it keeps him
And I got me some
involved
fish and
in
chops.
himself, following
Oh, I
his
forgot a knife and
path
fork.
of how he has
Hang
been
on.
so far.
I've miscalculated.
Instead, we get him being a little emo here, thinking about, well, why? Everything is so terrible, and why am I like this? And I can never get any
Valord
better.
coward.
But it's, you know what? I
Doing
should
good,
be a better man
sane,
because
relaxing,
it's far better
and
for
welcome
me to
back,
go and
Chili.
kill bad people
Over.
than for men with cleaner hands to kill bad people, And so then he's also on this roof, looking into this window, seeing this woman here, and he has... This is the only spot where Lyra shows up in this, by the way.
No, they're
So
comfortable.
he comes in here and sees this woman, thinks of Lyra, and she has now been retconned into being somebody that he, theoretically, it looks like he fell in love with after his wife and child were dead. And
Bosh and chops, mate.
was a concubine of
Bosh and
sorts, or was
chops,
a fling
mate.
of sorts, and then he realized that she was so innocent and so perfect. But she would be used as a weapon against him because
Yeah,
his
buddy.
wife and child were used against him and killed by his enemies. And so he tells her to go away because he does actually care about her. So she has been completely retconned from a 14-year-old rape victim to somebody that he cares about and told her to go away. And then he's just like, she didn't even know
I haven't
that
watched
I
all
loved
of
her.
this. I kind of
One
skimmed
thing
through
that
it.
stood out to me
I
specifically
mainly wanted
with
to
this
look at the
page
artwork.
is, oh my gosh, I gotta...
And look, the art's fine.
Valord coward. Good news being, worked things out with the old fucker from last week. He basically got a talking to by all the supervisors on his behavior and the chain of command. Over.
Nice. Nice. Oh, and I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I got the job. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna go work at Pet Barn. Yeah, buddy. I'm just gonna spend the weekend filling out this paperwork. Need to get a copy of my birth certificate too, and then send that off, and I can start working. Yeah, buddy. Awesome.
Valord coward. Hell yeah man, chilly uniform art win. Over.
We'll have to, eh? Oh, but...
Valord
the
coward.
artwork?
You know what, chilly made outfit regardless.
That's
Over.
true. Ooh, maybe for Picardo later. Ooh. But, the art in this comic is pretty good. But the problem is, and I guess it is, the thing I keep saying about AI art and why it will never succeed. And I bring this up. People can be really good, skill-wise, at art, and then still have, not do well because they have nothing interesting to draw. And that's kind of what you have here. The artwork is good, but it's so fucking bland to look at, man.
Valord coward. It's hard to follow.
Yeah, and like
Over.
the art, the aesthetic of Shadow of the Conqueror, they're like, why would I want to look at this? It's so boring to look at. It is the most generic, stock standard fantasy aesthetic you could have. You know? There is nothing unique about this. You know, it's all just generic.
Valord coward. generic wettoon shit ever.
Yeah, like all
Over.
the outfits are just kind of generic, medieval to Renaissance. It's like what 17th, 16th to 18th century. All the buildings are just normal, oldie, timey buildings. It's so boring to look at, man. It's just so bland, man. It's so bland.
I gotta fix this because you're not getting the whole. There we go. I didn't even realize that was so short. I am sorry. But one thing that I noted that stood out to me specifically with this page is that the way that Dalen is sitting. So this man is an 82-year-old man
Valord
who was
coward.
a fighter in his youth.
Like
who was
man,
a
it
tyrant
makes
with
me
so
feel
much
better
charisma,
for
so
stealing
much
the
strength,
coat
so
for
much belief
contempt.
in himself.
Over.
And yet he sits like an angsty teenager. He does not have any posture whatsoever of a warrior, of a man with confidence. And you would think, like, I have seen, even in video games with like freaking 20-year-olds. Yes, I'm talking about Yakuza. You know, we got the guys that know what the frick is up, and they just got, just the freaking spread up. You got all of that confidence.
I mean, look, Val.
Just push in.
I do love your designs. But at the end of the day, you aren't doing like a whole fucking... You aren't drawing like a whole fucking comic book. You don't really need to establish a big overarching aesthetic. Though, like, I assume so it would be like Titanfall, where you'd get like a sci-fi tactical look. Like in mine, I go for like the industrial sort of look, a lot of big blocky armor. If I wanted to do like the Atrocity series, I'd go for like a combination of cyberpunk, slick cyberpunk into industrial. Big buildings and stuff like that. A lot of neon lights at the top, a lot of dark sewerage, pipes and gas and litter down below. Really hammer the point home, because I have no subtlety. But like, you need to have a distinctive style. You just do. Because look at this, it all looks so bland to look at.
Valord coward. I want to go for a future tactical shit, so like cyberpunk mixed with normal modern day clothing. Over.
That's what I figured too. But like because I wanted to have like it be a whole thing of like different sort of clashing
Valord coward.
future archetypes.
My man. Over.
So obviously Chili Corp stuff is more industrial, sci-fi industrial. Like Delta, it's meant to be more tactical. For the like the main military, the government military, everything's going to be more practical. What future armor probably would look like. It's meant to be very utilitarian and practical. And then for all the mercenaries in between, it's like all flashy anime level shit. But like, again, these night guys are probably the most distinctive looking thing. And I guess the airships, actually, the airships are probably the most distinctive looking thing. But like, these knights, they just look like generic guys in plate armor, you know? They got
Restream
capes.
bot.
I guess that's nice.
YouTube. Bunker housing. Is this an SJW comic?
No, it's a conserva
The
cuck
illustrations looks like it.
comic.
Over.
It's a conserva cuck comic. Written by Shadiversity. Who's, just started off with the arms and armor.
Valord
in the
coward.
arms and armor community.
LMAO, it's Shadversity, so no, it's a right winger. Over.
Yeah, he started off in the arms and armor community, and when people started pointing out that he doesn't know what he talked about, had a bitch fit, and then left. Well, he still does it, but kind of got laughed out of
Restream
that
bot.
community.
YouTube. Bunker housing. I had expected better illustrations.
Well, here's the thing.
Over.
The illustration is
Valord
good.
coward.
It is.
Why? Over.
Like, the illustration is actually good. Like, there's nothing wrong with the illustration. The problem is the aesthetic. It's just not that distinctive to look at. You know? Like, in my mind, if you will, Obviously, I've never fucking read Shadow of the Conqueror. But like,
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Yeah, I know of him. Over. Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. What about the story? Is it good?
obviously not.
Over. Valord coward. LMAO no.
We wouldn't be
Over.
watching someone talk about it if it was a good story. We would just be watching the story. In a nutshell, the basic premise is there's this old guy, Dalen or some shit, who's meant to be like this combination of, you know, all the worst dictators in the world. But
Valord
by
coward.
a child's interpretation
Old
of that.
pedophile.
Yeah.
Over.
And then he tries to kill himself, and then he basically gets isekai back into his own world. So he gets, while trying to kill himself, he gets reborn as like some 20-year-old kid. And he's supposed to use this opportunity to redeem himself, and he doesn't make any attempt to redeem himself. Again, through Shad's eyes, the guy who wrote this, it's meant to be a story about how even the most evilest of people could somehow be redeemed if they had another chance at life. But obviously, it's by a guy who's very self-absorbed and elitist. So his redemption, quote-unquote, is just him going around being a horrible piece of shit and everyone around him just justifying his actions. And yes, on the topic of Val saying old pedophile, it was in the book, it was a plot point that while he was Daedalus the Conqueror, he used to go around raping little girls, hundreds of little girls, and when he's Dalen the young reborn Isekai version, one of the people he teams up with was one of the little girls he rapes, and it becomes the responsibility of the girl who gets raped to apologize to Dalen to stop making him feel bad, because he felt bad about raping her as a little girl. So that's clearly redemption, you know, if you feel bad about what you did. And there's also a big trial scene at the end, where he goes on trial for all his crimes as the Conqueror. And all these women who got raped as children, they all show up, and then a bunch of the women
bot.
say that, oh, well...
YouTube. Bunker housing. I only believe elitists that are willing to sort themselves in the non-elite category. Over.
You shouldn't believe elitists, full stop. Because elitists are, by their nature, compulsive liars. Because after all, they are elitist. It is their nature to think they're above everybody. And because they think they're above everybody, they naturally think they can just lie to their heart's content and people will believe them. If not just upfront believing their own bullshit. Never trust elitists. Even if they pretend to not be. If someone thinks they're better than you, they will fuck you over. They might not fuck you over today, but that's only because you're not on their list. Oh, but yeah, at the end of the trial, a bunch of women who got raped by him ended up having children, and then they all say, oh, well, we might have been raped by you as a child, but hey, we ended up giving birth to children, and we love our children. Therefore, it was okay that you raped us. And then, based off that, the court absolves Dalen for all the child rapes. True story. So we got justified pedophilia.
Such a dumb fucking story.
Yeah, buddy.
Over.
So that's the framework we're working on at the moment, Bunker.
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Elitist often thinks that 10% of society is above the rest. I do not think it is that simple. Different people do different good in different environments.
Yeah,
Over.
exactly. And the reason, I mean, elitists don't think specifically 10%. Elitists just think that everyone that isn't a clone of them is scum, or lesser than them. So they would think that it doesn't matter about 10%. You can't really put a number on it. If they think the majority of the world agrees with them, then they'll think that, like, oh, well, you know, if everyone else agrees with me, then humanity as a whole is good.
YouTube. Bunker housing. Intelligence is not a factor for procreation. Intelligent people breed less than dumb. Over.
Yeah, and that's just natural, because the more intelligent you are, the more forward-thinking you will become. And the more forward-thinking you are, the more likely you are to foresee the problems in having children. Also, you probably got more important things to do than constantly fuck. Children are very expensive and time consuming. Unless you neglect them. Yay.
Valord coward. LOL. Over.
Yeah, that is the problem with the leaders. They just think that people who are clones of themselves
Restream
are
bot.
better than everyone else.
YouTube. Bunker housing. Also, Darwin was never about the strongest, it is about the fittest, who fits more in the current situation that life provides.
Yeah. Well, that's why
Over.
the saying goes, survival of the fittest, not survival of the strongest. And typically, as humanity itself has demonstrated, intelligence is one of the big factors. That's why we ended up overpowering the Neanderthals. We are community creatures that work together in large numbers and shared information. Which is why we just ended up just outbreeding the Neanderthals and able to drive them out of all their territory, despite them being bigger and stronger. I mean, elephants are the same thing. That's why they survived so long while the mammoths went extinct. There's probably more to that. I mean, mammoths were literally hunted to extinction by humans. But then again, elephants probably figured out that, hey, let's not go near those humans. They're a bunch of murdering psychopaths. Intelligence always dominates. Because after all, if you can figure out how a problem works, you can compensate for that problem. Instead of just hoping that multiple generations later, your species will be conditioned to deal with that.
Get a flashback here for no random reason. We also get a random flashback here to make up for how Dalen ran into Eric that first time to get his legs healed. I don't know why it wasn't put at the beginning. I don't know why it was inserted here specifically, because again, it's just disruptive and it doesn't really flow very well for the narrative's sake. Because then he's just getting on board.
Restream
he
bot.
Thinks about how he was healed and then now how his
YouTube.
body moves
Bunker
again, but then he
housing.
just boards a ship to
Intelligence in
continue
itself
on
is
going
hard to size up.
his home again. And he's
One
thinking
guy
about
is
how
good
in
at
his
piano,
leadership, you know,
three other at
everybody
practical
was equal.
thinking.
Everybody might have
Who
been
is
poor,
smartest?
But everybody was equal. And now
Depends
if you
on
look at
if
these
you
women,
are in a
there some
concert
poor
house
people
and
there are
on
some
other
not poor
things.
people, and at least
Over.
I guess it's
Well,
Valord coward. We realize that strong ug by self is strong but die to food. But many less strong ug more strong than food.
intelligence
Over.
in itself is hard to size up. Not really. Intelligence just boils down to your brain's capacity to hold knowledge and acquire knowledge. But it's wisdom that's hard to quantify, because intelligence without wisdom is worthless, because then it doesn't matter if your brain is very good at absorbing knowledge and can hold a large amount of knowledge. If you don't have the wisdom to figure out what's useful information and useless information, you're just going to end up with your brain full of crap. That's why intelligent people are the ones that are most likely to end up being absorbed into a cult. Because cults are extremely complicated and require a large degree of social intelligence. There's always lots of rules about cults. Cults have their own internal language, you know? There's all this
Restream
etiquette
bot.
and law.
YouTube. Bunker housing. So IQ tests are meaningless.
Yep,
Over.
practically IQ tests are meaningless. All they really do is measure a
Valord
person's
coward.
intelligence.
Yes. Over.
They don't measure a person's wisdom. And again, you can be a stupid person, but if you have wisdom, you're going to make the most of that limited intelligence. Whereas if you're an extremely intelligent person that has no wisdom, you're just going to end up with a brain full of bullshit. And that's something that takes a lot of people off guard when they deal with people who get themselves caught in the cult mentality. They think they just do it because they're dumb, you know? But it's not. It's typically because they're desperate. It's like people who get caught up in scams.
Restream bot.
Stupid people actually make up a
YouTube.
minority of people who fall
Bunker housing.
victim
Well,
of
I do
scams.
not think it is meaningless, but it only measures one thing. One thought tree Mensa people would understand this
Yeah.
smiley face. Over.
Well, hey, it's not specifically that it's meaningless, but it's ultimately, useless, you know? Obviously there's a point to IQ tests to measure people's intelligence, but that doesn't really matter. It's like having a ton of money. you know, at the end of the day, if you don't have the wisdom to spend your money properly, you're just going to end up bankrupt, no matter how much money you have. A person with a small amount of money that spends it wisely will end up far richer in the future than
Restream
a
bot.
person who just spends money
YouTube.
stupidly.
Bunker housing. Have you heard of the personality test?
Yeah.
Over. Valord coward. Cool, that person is smarter than me. What does that mean? Over.
Well, his brain can get more shit shoved in it.
It's a good thing in this society that some people can succeed and other people will be poor instead of everybody sucking. But also,
Restream bot.
he's like
YouTube.
praising himself
Bunker
for having
housing.
gotten rid
What
of
did you
the
get?
child
Over.
Well, on the personality test, I've never taken a personality test.
working factories and child labor, and for giving free schooling to everybody to the point that children were smart enough to grow up and overthrow him. So he's like, things were not actually that bad underneath me, right? Right? Also, we got he continues to be his pompous self over here with, I wonder what those fat pompous ladies would think if they knew that they were sitting across from Daedalus the Conqueror. I bet that they would wet their dainties. So then he just gets off and he runs away, using his powers, talking a little bit about how his powers work. With the different bonds, and the bonds are really just, you know, you think and you think extra hard and you put the power onto those bonds. And so if you put, like, you got 4 bonds, or at least Dalen has 4 bonds. So if he puts,
Valord
and
coward.
think of those bonds again as
Do
4
I have
thoughts.
to?
So if you put 1 thought
Like
on
why?
running faster, then you run
Why
twice
should
as
I
fast.
care
If you
what
put
mold
2
I
bonds
fit
on
into
running
from the
faster,
perspective
you run
of some
4
random
times as fast. If
asshole?
you put 3 bonds on running
Over.
faster, you run 8 times as fast. And if you put 4 bonds on running faster, you run 6 times as fast. And what is the bond? You literally just go, I'm thinking really hard.
I mean, my opinion, personality tests are even more pointless than IQ tests. Because your IQ is far more static than your personality. Personalities change all the fucking time. Your personality is entirely the result of your environment.
About this thing, put power into it, and there you go. So then after he lands and where he was going, we head back over to this new guy over here who knows Dalen from his past, and we get the background of how they know each other, and that's because this guy used to be a sparring partner, a trusted confidant with Dalen, and put a bunch of scars on his shoulder by actually being a really good fighter. And there was some point in their fighting where he said, don't trust anybody. And eventually, within these 2 pages,
Valord
Dalen
coward.
decided that, hey, wait a
Yep,
second. Him
if
saying,
you are
"Don't
the
trust
same
anybody," was
person
him
you were
admitting
2
to me
years
that he is
ago,
going to betray
something
me,
is fucked
so I
in
have to
your
take him
life.
out. And so
Over.
he killed this guy's entire
always be
family and then was
progressing
going
as
to
a
put
person,
him to
if you're
death.
not, yeah,
But then the
probably
guy
fall into
who was
some kind
supposed
of
to
loop.
put him to death freed him, and then, you know, this poor guy right here ended up having his entire family murdered and himself murdered for sparing this guy, and that's where he is. So he is trying to get vengeance on having his entire life ruined, his family killed by Dalen, and Dalen doing it all over a lie and not trusting him. Then we switch again with no context, no separator, no reference to anything, to being Dalen arriving. So again, like, the transitions in this are very bizarre and very abrupt and just very... But so Dalen has now reached his home, and Eric the Lightbringer is still out there. This is the man that healed his legs, and we didn't get to actually see him except for in that flashback when it said there was this guy out there who healed his legs when he was an old man. But that was only necessary in the writing of this book,
Restream
so
bot.
that he could have a reference later when he said, hey, what are you
YouTube.
still doing
Bunker
here? And Eric is
housing.
like, oh,
It is
how
fun
did you know that I
also.
was here? Because
Over.
now you can go back to that other moment and go, oh, they did run into each other before. But that is just poor planning, I feel like, because it's
I don't know,
not...
I guess that's a matter of opinion.
There's gonna obviously be reconstruct.
Look, it's not kind of said, you know, I don't really care about being told what cage I should sit in. I go where I want.
I get that there's a certain personality behind this, but, like, that is not an 82-year-old dictator. I'm sorry. That does not, I should say, that does not have 82-year-old dictator, charismatic dictator energy to it. Anyway, so he's like, hey, what are you still doing here? And Eric's like, oh, well, this might make you think that I'm crazy, but the light actually told me to be here, wait for you, wait for a young man who looks just like you. And he's not entirely sure why or what his purpose is. He just knows that he was told by the light to
Restream
be here.
bot.
And he knows that this person
YouTube.
looks like the person
Bunker
from his
housing.
vision.
Yeah, how you
So
would
Eric-
probably get some
So
creativity
Eric
type.
asks what the guy's
Over.
name is and says, oh, it's Dalen. And Eric is like, excuse me, you mean like
Probably.
Dalen the Conqueror, the guy that you also kind of look like? And he's like, yeah, but it's a common name, don't worry about
Could
it.
get a violent
That
lunatic.
transitions into a,
I
yeah,
can
I'm
always
just gonna
make shit
follow
up.
you until otherwise instructed by the light. I don't have anything else to do. And Dalen is just like, you know what? I don't really mind. Okay.
Here's another problem with personality tests. Self-reporting is always going to be warped. If you're doing a personality test, I guess if someone else is doing a personality test on you, but then again, it's like the whole point of psychologists and shit like that. But if you're doing a personality test on your own, you're always going to skewer the answer in your own favor. Because people don't
Restream
want to be
bot.
honest about themselves.
YouTube. Bunker housing. I got this. INTJ, architect, is a personality type with the introverted, intuitive, thinking, and judging traits. Over. Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. These thoughtful tacticians love perfecting the details of life, applying creativity and rationality to everything they do. Their inner world is often a private, complex one. Over.
So did you self-report on that personality test? Did you put in the details, the data yourself?
Okay. This is the moment where Dalen is actually reflecting on, hey, maybe I'm actually here because I'm supposed to do something better with my second chance. This is where I think that the realization
Valord
should have happened
coward.
first, because it also
No
gives
offense,
Eric the
Bunker
purpose of
Dunker, but
making
I don't
Dalen
think you
about
are
things
that.
in a different way. It shows
Over.
his influence immediately, as opposed to earlier when Dalen was all
Restream
by himself,
bot.
where he could have just been continuing on the same
YouTube.
path that he was
Bunker
going,
housing.
where he was just
Self-report. Over.
Yeah. Did you put in the data yourself when you took your personality test?
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Who knows? What do you think I am? Over.
I mean, look, I can't make those kinds of judgments. I don't really know you, Bunker. I don't live in your country. I don't hang out with you all the time. I can't know what kind of personality you are. I just don't have enough info.
an enforcer, where he was just a selfish person, and then Eric brings that secondary thought of, hey, maybe I do have a purpose. Maybe I can be something better. And so then Dalen goes inside after thinking, hey, maybe he can be a better person, and the guy who gave him a ride on the wagon to the end of the earth is in there, Peridon, who is also
Restream
kind of a
bot.
neighbor. Peridon has found
YouTube.
the journal,
Bunker
and the journal
housing.
talks about how
I
this was
nated
Dalen
to
the
hear what
Conqueror's house,
Valord
and how he was
coward
going off
thinks,
to kill
smiley
himself. And then
face.
they all discover that Dalen
Over.
right here is pretending to be Dalen's
He'll
son, so
probably
that's
let you know.
who they're assuming to be Dalen's son. They're all mad because they're like, hey, wait a second, I talked to that guy. I should have recognized that guy's face. What the frick? I couldn't do it. But Eric also says that he should have known better. He is now here. He knows exactly what his mission is, and it is to help Dalen's son from not becoming exactly like his father and to guide him toward the light. Then we just immediately skip to the next day, which kind of sucks. This scene kind of cuts off, and I've noticed that a
Valord
lot
coward.
in recent books.
I think you are a normal
swear,
person,
the
but
book
from
that I
the
was reading
comments and
yesterday,
chats you
which
sent
there will
and
be a
some
book
of
when
your
you current see,
vernacular, you are
so
aimless
many
and
books
follow
cut
trends
off the
while
book
thinking
when the
you are
characters
totally
about to
not
have a
following
powerful
them.
character moment, or when they can
Over.
actually
Harsh.
point something out, and instead just skip entirely through the closure on that moment. And it's just either insecurity, weak writing, or they don't understand pacing, and that's what happens here too. He says, I'm to ensure that you don't become like Dalus the Conqueror, and Dalus says, you're worried I might, and Eric says, honestly, yes, and then Dalen just, me too. And then that's just how it ends. Like, these two were gonna fight, and then that's just easily enough how it ends. Maybe see off this guy to show that these two have an understanding that this guy is going to babysit this guy to make sure that this guy doesn't become like his dad, and this guy is obviously pissed off. Anyway, next morning, Dalen is eating, and Dalen approaches, oh my gosh. Dalen approaches Eric and is basically like, look, my dad wasn't that bad. I have no idea how many people Dalen has killed in this iteration of the book. But Dalen is like, you know what? My dad wasn't that bad. I mean, the Dawn Empire, look at you. Look at you. So Eric is basically the same race as Kusik, who is the detective who is naked all the time, from the Naked Society. And Dalen is like, well, look, because the Dawn Empire had open borders and you were able to move around, your people were allowed to come here, and look, you're wearing clothing. So, like,
Restream bot.
my dad might have been bad. I might
YouTube.
have been bad,
Bunker
is what the
housing.
parenthesis says.
I went
But at
against
least my
trend in
society wasn't
immigration,
racist and
NATO,
allowed
Ukraine
migrants
and
to come
many
in.
other things.
Eric says, let's
Over.
not credit the Dawn Empire with anything. And then Dalen, taking offense to that, goes, the metric systems, roads, education, the slave laws still in action, they all work. My father was a bastard. It doesn't mean that it was wrong about everything. His open borders allowed people to move freely. Perhaps such freedoms brought his downfall. So maybe his only problem, that was the worst problem, was that he had open borders. But he educated everyone. He ended slavery. He was a good man, if not for the rape and murder. Just so you know. Anyway, after that little bit of an argument, which ends very, very quickly, by the way, he just goes and starts collecting all of his armor. He collects his old weapons.
Restream
and then he explains
bot.
to Eric, hey,
YouTube.
I know that these are
Bunker
blood
housing.
to my
I do
father,
not
and
always
they're
agree
supposed
with
to disappear when he
Chilebites,
dies,
but we are
that
friends
also
anyway.
says blood magic works.
Smiling face
And,
with
you
hearts.
can pass these weapons
Over.
on to somebody if your blood is
Valord
close enough.
coward.
So that's how he's tricking everybody.
Harsh
that he is also
indeed,
not Dalen
but
the
his
Conqueror,
comments on
but his
politics
son.
and
They go outside,
politifags
they
and
start
general
arguing because he
world
also
events.
says, hey,
I think he
BT
listens
dub,
to
I'm
some
gonna wear this
politifag on the
medal that says,
internet
"I
and
am a freaking
extrapolates his
High
opinions
Master,
from
top
that.
dragon G-slice
Over.
biscuit of fighting. As you can see, giant right here.
You asked me if I got a Telegram. So you're on Telegram? You in the social media brain damage machine?
I'm gonna wear this because it'll discourage people from fighting me because I will be a G-sliced dragon.
Also, the topic of the fucking comic.
Valord
This guy
coward.
trying to justify shit.
I'm not trying to be mean. Over. Restream bot.
Ready and willing, sir.
YouTube.
Oh.
Bunker housing. I am an older dude, and have followed world politics since probably before any of you were born. Over.
It doesn't mean you understand
Tank
it.
31033. The game is a psychological game that involves not thinking about the existence of the game. When someone thinks about the game, they lose. Over.
Oh, be careful with that
Valord
one,
coward.
Tank. That's an old meme.
Fuck. Over. Valord coward. I lost the game. Over.
Gotta be careful with that one. That's an ancient relic.
Valord
Monster
coward.
Crusher.
I was
High
going
King,
for like a year.
Grandstand Master.
Over.
So no one will want to fight me. And Eric is like,
Nah, I won the game. Call the cops. What are you gonna do about it? I fucking won.
you're overstepping.
Valord
you are not
coward.
that powerful. You have not gone
Also,
through the
he
trials. You have
redeemed
to have to wear
hydrate
that,
and
Dalen's
20
like,
sit-ups.
Oh,
Over.
hydrate 20 sit-ups.
Tank
I could go for some fucking-
31033.
Hang on.
Now day 0.
I could go for some fucking water. I'll be back
Over.
in a bit. I'll go
Restream
do
bot.
20 sit-ups when I get back.
YouTube. Bunker housing. Now but it gives me experience. Hard to get to know each other in this format. Over. Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Valord coward, did you take the vax? Over. Valord coward. No. Over. Valord coward. I never had any reason to. Over. Restream bot. YouTube, bunker housing, the same for me. Do you vote left or right? Over.
Alright. 20 fucking sit-ups, eh?
Valord
God,
coward.
My floor is a fucking mess.
Right, and do tell me why this matters.
We have not
Over.
cleaned the place in a while. I need to give this place a vacuum. Oh, hang on. I have to do the sit-ups on my bed. Probably for the best. I've got a hard wooden floor. Doing sit-ups on that would suck. Smash me, fucking crush me, goddamn not the collarbone, the fucking spinal cord. The part that connects to your pelvis. I don't know what that's called. Hang on a minute. Oh. Comfy though.
Restream bot. YouTube, bunker housing, left, follows trend emotional right, more independent ratio and over. Valord coward. Sure. Over. Valord coward. Are you sure about that? Over.
There you go. 20 sit-ups.
Valord coward. GG on the sit-ups. Over.
Yeah, thank fuck I don't have the number higher, because I just ate old fish and chips.
Restream bot. YouTube, bunker housing, I am a little trollish too.
Left, follows
Smiley
trends
face.
emotional. Right,
Over.
more independent rational. And who the fuck told you that? Who the fuck told you that? What a fucking coincidence. What a fucking coincidence that the
Valord
side
coward.
you identify with
See,
happens
that's
to be
exactly
the
my
good side.
point.
What a
Over.
fucking coincidence.
Restream bot. YouTube, bunker housing, it was a bit trollish winking face. Over. Valord coward. Yeah, sure, man. Over.
How convenient, eh? How fucking convenient.
Valord coward. Alright, I'll drop it. Over.
But hey, I'm gonna pick that up. I don't care if you're trolling, I'm gonna pick it up and throw it at you. You see, that's my problem with personality tests when you self-report. You're always gonna only talk about your good traits. So you're always gonna get the answer you wanna hear. That's why you can't self-report on personality tests. You gotta go to a fucking psychologist and let them do the personality test for you. They gotta report on you. It's like morality, you know? You will always think you are a moral person. Unless you're a psycho like me. But everyone always thinks that they are the good guy. They just do.
Powerful than anybody in the planet of the universe. And so they're gonna go fight outside. And then they head outside, and his old rival or old
Restream
buddy
bot.
is out there. And so
YouTube,
this is where we get to
bunker
the part
housing,
where it
you
feels
regularly
like the
make
author
new friends.
inserting a character
Over.
just for the sake of responding to critics. Now you tell me, okay? Now you tell me what you
You regularly make new friends. The world already is my friend. I don't make friends, I make enemies.
think about this character insert. Just recall that he is not in the first book. And a lot of the criticisms have to do with not believing that Dalen is actually sorry for any of his crimes, especially when, you know, he's trying to
Restream bot.
be an apologist for everything that he's
YouTube.
done. Anyway,
Bunker
Eric says,
housing.
the boy's
I am
father
your
is
friend.
dead. Who are
Smiler
you?
face.
The new guy says, lie.
Indeed you
I
are.
know the hilt of that sword. It's imperious. And if that is in fact Dalus the Conqueror is still alive. And if that is intact, Dalus the Conqueror is still alive. And he says, my father's links passed on to me, trespasser. He is dead, and you have no prize. Now leave, or I'll show you exactly what
Restream
this
bot.
sword can do.
YouTube.
No,
Bunker
Sunicals
housing.
don't work like
Did
that.
you hear
It's
Matakar
impossible.
was
Give me
gonna
Dalus.
stream?
Are you out of your
Over.
mind?
Valord
The child
coward.
is right.
I think I saw
I have a
something about that.
confession
Glad I
written
could
by
be your
Dalus's
friend,
own
Chili.
hand. That's right. I'm gonna listen
Over.
to the freaking charismatic dictator. But Imperious, you know I cannot lie, or I forfeit my power as a Lightbringer. Dalus is dead. Then it's
Hey, it's always a good sign to have friends. Why wouldn't you want to have friends? I just assume everyone's my friend. And I treat everyone like they're my friend. Again, I don't make friends, I make enemies. Everyone starts
Valord
off as
coward.
my friend.
I'd like to think we spent enough time with each other that we are friends.
And
Over.
indeed we have. You could even say we're more than friends. Ooh. But yeah, the way I live my life, I treat everyone like they're my friend.
Valord coward.
The only thing that happens there,
Making a girl dream LOL. Over.
after that, you know, because I treat everyone as friends, all I really make after that is enemies. If cunts want to piss me off all the fucking time, then yeah, we're gonna be enemies. But me standards ain't fucking high.
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. 7 p.m. CST is Matakur's stream. Over.
I don't know what that translates to for me. Hang on. CS2 to ADST.
Valord coward.
Oh, that's around midnight.
11 a.m. Over.
Must be. Tell
He's
me,
doing it on
boy,
Ralph,
how
isn't
did
he?
he die? He
Could be
cast
wrong,
himself from the continent,
I remember
ridding
seeing
the
a
world
post.
of Dalus the Conqueror once and for all. By the end, he was sorry for all of his crimes.
Restream
Ha!
bot.
You jest, that
YouTube.
sniveling coward
Bunker
hid himself
housing.
away
He is
until
gonna
was a
talk
withered
about
old
Ethan
man.
Atalf.
Being truly sorry
Over.
is facing
I might pop into that. It's been a while since we fucking went rolling around in the old pig farm, eh? Old rage piggy. Sweet.
Valord coward. LOL yeah man. Over.
your crimes, boy, admitting your guilt before those that you have wronged. Now tell me, is that wrong?
Oh yeah, this part. Oh, but
Restream bot.
we gotta go back and listen to this
YouTube. Bunker housing. It is 2 in the night in Sweden. Over.
Oh, tough gig. But hang on, this part of the comic.
Biscuit of fighting, as you can see, giant right here. I'm gonna wear this because it'll discourage people from fighting me, because I will be a G-Slice Dragon Monster Crusher High King Grandstand Master.
There's like a retcon to the story. And Kirk Vaticane's like, I'm pretty sure this retcon only exists to try and address criticism of people that are like, if Dalus really feels so bad about what he's done, why doesn't he just kill himself, you know? Or let himself get arrested and face the punishment of the society deems worthy of him. Instead of just killing everyone who disagrees with him and then feeling bad about it. Because, you know, that's redemption. You just feel bad about what you've done, like you're a fucking Democrat.
Fighting.
The party, not the philosophy.
And Eric is like, you're overstepping. You are not that powerful. You have not gone through the trials you have to wear that. And Dalen's like, I'm more powerful than anybody in the planet of the universe. And so they're gonna go fight outside. And then they head outside, and his old rival or old buddy is out there. And so this is where we get to the part where it feels like the author inserting a character.
Yeah, here we go.
Just for the sake of responding to critics. Now you tell me, okay? Now you tell me what you think about this character insert. Just recall that he is not in the first book. And a lot of the criticisms have to do with not believing that Dalen is actually sorry for any of his crimes.
Restream bot.
Especially when, you know, he's
YouTube.
trying to,
Bunker housing.
be
Matakur's
an
stream is
apologist for
that
everything
time.
that he's done. Anyway,
Now
Eric
it
says
is
the
midday.
boy's father is dead.
I think Ethan might get shish kebabed by the Mexican mafia.
Yeah.
Over.
Nothing a bit of felching can't fix, eh? Nothing a wee bit of felching can't fix.
Who are you? The new guy says, lies. I know the hilt of
Valord
that sword,
coward.
it's imperious, and if
LMAO.
that is in fact
Over.
Dalus the Conqueror is still alive, and if that is intact, Dalus the Conqueror is still alive. He says, my father's links passed on to me, trespasser. He is dead, and you have no prize. Now leave, or I'll show you exactly what this sword can do. No, Sunicles don't work like that. It's impossible. Give me Dalus. Are you out of your mind? The child is right. I have a confession written by Dalus's own hand. That's right. I'm gonna listen to the freaking charismatic dictator. But Imperious, you know I cannot lie, or I forfeit my power as a Lightbringer. Dalus is dead. Then it must be. Tell me, boy, how did he die? He cast himself from the continent, ridding the world of Dalus the
Also, I can't get over that. Being a violent, tyrannical dictator is more redeemable than lying in fucking Shad's eyes. I can't get over that. Oh, you can do whatever horrible thing you want as long as you feel bad about it afterwards. That's what matters, you know?
Valord coward. Jesus Christ, what a self-centered prick.
Oh, I
Over.
never lie. Even though humans lie like what? 10 to 20 times every day? People lie. It's just a
Restream
natural
bot.
human action.
YouTube. Bunker housing. What the hell? IT is a trap. The Paris and claking is a trans. Over.
A trap and a trans are not the same thing.
Conqueror once and for all. By the end.
Alright? A trap is a person of one gender pretending to be the other gender so they can trap people, hence the term trap. A trans person is someone who has, you know, cut something off or slapped something on and wants to be the other gender. One is pretending to be the other gender, and the other wants to full-on be the other gender.
Valord coward.
And he was sorry
I would never
for all
lie
of his
to you,
crimes.
Chili,
Ha!
only because
You
I would
jest.
gain
That
nothing from
sniveling
it.
coward hid himself away
Over.
until he was a withered old man. Being truly sorry is facing your crimes.
Oh look, the thing for me is I don't think lying makes you a bad person. I think lying to yourself makes you a bad person. I live by the philosophy. Lying to other people is called deception, and deception has many uses. Lying to yourself is called delusion, and delusion serves no one.
Boy, admitting your guilt before those that you have wronged. Now tell me. Is that wrong?
Ted?
I don't know. I feel like if you're going to repent,
Restream
I
bot.
feel like if you're trying to ask
YouTube.
for forgiveness for
Bunker
something,
housing,
you don't hide from
but
the
it
bad
is a
things that you've done. You
trans.
go, I'm sorry
Right.
for this thing. Maybe.
Over.
What? This chick, Kirk Patty Cake.
Valord
No,
coward.
it's a girl.
Actually, never mind the biggest lie I told to you. It's that I like feet. It was all just a meme. Till it stopped being one and now it is a full-on fetish.
And
Over.
now here we are.
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Are you sure?
100%
Over.
certain. Okay, here's my counter question. Why do you think she's transgender? Because she doesn't sound like an anime girl? Because she doesn't have huge knockers that she's constantly showing off, right? Because she didn't put makeup on? Because that's what every girl naturally looks like. They cover themselves in foundation and have eyeliner.
Valord coward. Better question. Why would it matter? Over.
But let's be real, that's all it boils down to. She's not wearing makeup. That's why you think she's not a girl. Which again, says a lot about you, mate. I don't think you hang out with too many women IRL.
It's because I have a childish understanding of this, because as a child I was told that if you apologize to somebody, usually specifically name the thing that you think you did wrong so that they know you understand what you
Restream
are
bot.
apologizing for, because you want to
YouTube,
address how
Bunker
you harm
Housing,
somebody. You cannot
her voice
address
and her
how you
face
harm somebody
profile,
by
E8
constantly
of
hiding
360.
Now also, maybe I'm
Over.
wrong, because I got a
What's that code go to? Is that a YouTube link? Also, we should watch this. Ooh. We'll have to watch this when we're done. Alright, we'll grab this.
on the final submissions, which are all you guys created, the cringe stream, where I give you guys the challenge to write to.
So, the face profile, because she has a larger face profile, that means she's a man. You know, women
Valord
can
coward.
have chiseled jawlines.
Her face profile. Dude, some women just have a strong jawline. It
Yeah.
doesn't automatically mean true.
Yeah, women can
Over.
have strong jawlines, and
Restream
men
bot.
can have soft jawlines.
YouTube, Bunker Housing, it is another film on her account.
Yeah.
Over.
But no, your face profile doesn't say anything
Restream
about
bot.
whether you're a guy or a girl.
YouTube, Bunker Housing, a user called Got to Go.
No worries, bud.
Over.
The cringiest thing that you can, then you guys vote on your favorite cringe stream. Take cringe however you want. And there is a clear winner this year.
And yeah, the other one, because she doesn't sound like an anime girl. Because all women have the exact same voice, right? Every girl sounds exactly the same, in the same way that every guy sounds exactly the same, right?
A bunch of people in my life that never apologize when they wrong me. They just pretend it never happened. So there is that. So maybe he really thinks that it is apologetic.
Valord
to just
coward.
hide
You're the
forever.
best girl,
But it
only
also
because you are a
tells
guy.
her in the novel
Over.
that if the worst possible way for
And
him to
men are
die,
the
the most
best.
painful way for him
Fact.
to die was to throw himself off a cliff and die forever, then why was he so afraid of people knowing who he was? All that I can think is if people knew who he was, they would mob him and beat him and kill him in the streets, and it would be both humiliating and painful.
Well,
But he
howdy,
avoided doing that.
Uwe.
So
Well,
this
I
is
say,
kind
I
of creepy
say,
that
if
I
it ain't my
waited
old
until I
friend
was
Activision,
82 years
how
old
are
and I
you,
can't get my
sir?
pecker up and
Very
my
good,
legs barely
sir,
work.
very
So
good.
you know what?
Thought
I
I'd
am
pop
feeling
in and
guilty.
see what my old friend was.
I think the porno that you kept on your nightstand just didn't work anymore, Dalen, and I think you got tired of not being able to jack it, so you threw yourself off the side of a cliff. That is what I think. So anyway, tell me what you think about this guy, because this guy feels like an insert to be like, look, it doesn't,
Valord
it's not
coward.
about talking to people, talking to the
LOL.
victims of your crimes. They have
Over.
nothing to do with actually seeking forgiveness. Okay, so these guys fight, and this guy knows from seeing in his shirt, seeing the scars on his shoulder, that this is in fact Dalen. The fight
Well,
is over very
howdy.
quickly, but you have this moment, which is, I actually like the layout of this image. I think this is a nicely done splash page, though his neck.
Again, like I said before, there's actually nothing wrong with the art itself. I reckon what's wrong is the aesthetic, which I find just so bland. Like, it is such generic fantasy. Oh, we got guys in plate armor. Oh, this guy's got, some leather armor. This guy got a little popped collar. Cuff boots with a swashbuckle in it. This guy's got the generic holy robes. I mean, the most distinctive thing about these fucking night guys is probably the big no sign on the back, that little bit on their back that
Valord coward.
plugs out.
It's the most underwhelming thing ever.
Like, I
Over.
assume what's going on with the armor is it meant to be like a bit of a cyberpunk mix, because there's like, you can kind of see, hang on, maybe there's a better shot. Where are we up to? 1412. Oh, where's another shot where you can see the armor?
Valord coward. Give it a different color or some shit. Over.
Like, you can see these little pipes and stuff connecting between the shoulders and the arms. So I assume it's meant to be like some kind of power armor-ish thing. A bit of a steampunk, but it's like just the tiniest sprinkle of it. But all in all, it just looks like regular plate armor. And it's like, again, apart from the airships, you know, there's not really much indication that this takes place in any kind of like futurist-esque universe. You just kind of have the airships, but like, there's like no distinct aesthetic. It looks so generic. It's very bland. It's very bland.
Neck is bizarre. Like, I also want to compliment. This is a great splash page too.
Oh, hang on. I think you can see the thingy better.
Valord
You
coward.
can kind of see like the.
Fuck man, this hurts me on a writer's level. Over.
You see over here. You can see it quite clearly. Like there's that whole little these wires that connect to here. I don't know what the point of those is, but you know, it at least gives it some kind of distinct idea. I get the impression that it's meant to be some kind of like power armor, but it doesn't have any of like the scale. Like it should be bulky, if it was meant to like imply there's all these mechanisms operating underneath, kind of justify the whole point of having some kind of powered armor. And you could assume that these are meant to be battery things at the back, but like, unless you're paying attention, it just looks like regular steel plate armor. But again, like it is very good artwork. Like again, as she's about to point out here, like you got the reflections of the shining armor and crap like that. That's cool. You know, there's a very good shot. It's very dynamic. You know, it's got that fisheye lens. You know, a clear depth. You know, these cunts coming out. These cunts really close up. You can even see. It's hard to see, but you can even because I've got the screen in the way. You can even see into this guy's helmet.
Valord
See the
coward.
face behind it.
It hurts me because, no matter how little of a out-of-place detail I add to my stories, I make a reason for it to exist, so it isn't some bullshit anime just cause. Over.
Well, like, I don't know, I assume Shad had a lot of say in the design of shit, but like, again, I assume the whole implication is that these guys are meant to be like power armored sort of guys. You know, they're meant to be these steampunk armor. But like, in contrast to everything else, you know, nothing else is like really steampunky. You know, you don't get the impression of like advanced technology in anything else except maybe the airships. But you don't get the impression of like advanced
Valord
technology
coward.
in the buildings. You know?
Exactly.
Look at this building.
Over.
You know? It's just a generic medieval hovel. You know? There's no like electric lights, there's no generators and shit like that, or anything like that. You know, there's all this grass. Look, it's even overgrown. There's fucking foliage growing over it. Here, I know you're not a fan of it, but steampunk world. You know, like, when you got steampunk shit, you know, look at this. There's always shit dangling on very over industrial. This is AI generated, but you know, there's over industrialized. You know. This other AI art. God, there's a lot of fucking AI.
Valord coward. Like when I was making my D&D campaign, it was going to be on the cusp of an industrial revolution.
Yes,
Over.
You know, like there's this whole industrial aesthetic. Everything's over industrialized. Like again, in Dishonored, you know, that's got a steampunk-esque thing, where it's like it's the old-timey England, but everything's very industrialized. You know, everything's over industrialized. To the point where, you know, it fucks up the local environment. There's a lot of sewerage and shit like that. The water is
Valord
always
coward.
muggy.
Dishonored is a great example. Over.
God, you know Shad fucked up. We got you to say something nice about Dishonored. Like this, very over-industrialized.
Valord coward. LMAO, damn, you're right. Over.
But yeah, in all these steampunk pictures, no matter where you go, except maybe here, I was gonna say, like, the big thing is that there's very little in the way of vegetation. Like here you got some vegetation. Here you see a little more vegetation.
Valord coward.
Vegetation.
One has to exist with the other is my point. Over.
But again, that's going under the impression that it's meant to be like steampunky. And again, it's not sky.
Valord coward. Because industry doesn't just go in certain directions.
Yeah, yeah.
Over.
It's like all consuming, all devouring. It's not even skypunk, you know? Like these, otherwise these guys would have like fucking jetpacks and wings and shit. Or parachutes at the very least. And then you got like rust punk, which is like Mad Max and shit like that. Everything's really rusty, ramshackle, cheaply welded together. You know, it looks like a normal day out in Queensland, Australia. Hell, you even got Frostpunk nowadays. So there's some Frostpunk shit mainly from the game. Ooh.
Valord coward.
It's like a...
The human minds will see something and just say, what can I do to make something with that?
Yeah, yeah.
Over.
But it should also look very crude and clunky if they wanted to go for
Valord coward. Hell, that's why AI tools have progressed so far. Over.
But like... Again, the art's good. There's nothing wrong with the art itself, but it's just the aesthetic. It's just so uninteresting to look at in further detail. Like, it's cool to look at it at first glance, but like, in further detail, it's just kind of boring. Hang on, where's that big splash page? That was kind of cool. Oh, here we go. You know, it's a cool picture. You know, there's a lot of action and shit like that, you know? It's very dramatic, the cross swords in the middle there, you know, and all that good shit, but like... Looking at these knight guys, I don't get like any sort of cue beyond that they're knight guys. They got these bill hook halberd thingies.
Valord coward. See, my problem is that there is so few things that show it is futuristic, when all it's just Shad saying I think that cool, me want that. Over.
And so, like, yeah, you already have like all these little dashes to say that there's like some level of advanced technology. You know, we got fucking Daedalus with his blade gauntlet, but that's it. You know, he's got nothing else on
coward.
him.
Again, I am hurt on a writer world building level.
Like, they all have just one thing that kind of cues it. Like, yeah, Daedalus has got the one gauntlet and nothing else. You know, these knight guys, they kind of have the, like, the little wiring and shit like that, and the little power packs at the back. But nothing else. And they all look so slick and fucking form-fitting, you know? Instead of like, you know, fucking... you know, like
Valord coward.
It's all big and bulky.
Honestly, I don't think it is enough. Over.
It's just so bland to
him
look
would
at.
be unjust. He deserves a fair fight. He deserves his revenge, but I deserve the punishment. So like there's some fun images in here, as you know, according to my style preferences. But this is a nice splash page, and there are many throughout this that are not terrible. And much better than anything from Ripaverse.
It's like, technically they're quite good. Like, in terms of skill, there's nothing wrong with that on that front, but just the wider aesthetic is so bland.
Valord coward. So like let me wank about my D&D campaign I was once making.
Using my
Over.
powers against him using my powers against him would be unjust. He deserves a fair fight. He deserves his revenge, but I deserve the punishment of living with my guilt even more. Why do you get to determine that, Dalen? Letting him kill me would be the easy way out, the same as killing myself like light cursed coward. So, Rhaegonor, please kill me if you can. If you do when I resist in a fair fight, that has to be the light granting me release. Good, he's gotten better. So this, I hate this argument so much. He makes it all the time in the book where he's like, well, if the light wants me to die, then I will just die. And if it doesn't work, then obviously I'm not supposed to die. Now, if you are a completely wrong narcissistic jackhole, you'll believe this, which I'm totally fine with Dalen genuinely believing this and being acknowledged as a jackhole. But this is the same sort of perspective as somebody going, if God doesn't want him to molest that child, then he will send somebody in the door to stop him from molesting that child. And if nobody stops him from molesting that child, well, then it was meant to be so. Exact energy. No, you need to pay for your crimes if you are guilty. But going, look, beat me if I should possibly die, but I overpower all of you, so there's really no way for you to do that. Obviously, Dalen is going to overpower him, and this bothers me even more too, because this actually could have been a great character moment to give him a chance to do something else. He looked into the water earlier, and he said, oh my gosh, maybe I'm here to be better. He sees this guy. He could have got this guy on the ground, blade, to his throat somewhere, a nice tableau moment. And then they're looking in each other's eyes. They know exactly who the other is. And instead of Dalen stabbing this guy in the neck, knock him over the head to knock him out, have Eric be like, Dalen, no! You don't have to kill people. Do not be like your father. This man has not done anything to you. Do not kill him. And then have Dalen make that decision to not kill this guy because he does not want to go down that path again. And he knows that he wronged this man by killing his family. Make him reflect, because you had that situation earlier where he said, I didn't betray, where he said, don't trust people, and Dalen took it to an extreme and thought that this guy was lying. So have Dalen reflect on who this guy was and how Dalen betrayed him by killing his family. And then have Ragnar new guy here be like, Dalen, I did not betray you. You killed my family on a lie. And then have Dalen let him go. And that would show such character growth and such character reflection instead of him just straight up murdering this guy. Oh, let's go back. Oh my gosh. Instead of Dalen straight up murdering this guy, where he doesn't need to, because this guy looks surprised. This guy is old. Just freaking knock him over. You don't gotta stab him with your freaking glove hand and then be like, I'm so sorry. Again, it's like he's molesting somebody, and as the child is underneath him.
As long as I felt bad about it. Oh, I felt really bad about burning your house down. You gonna give me any money to get a new one? No. You're gonna help me rebuild my house? No, I'm not gonna do anything, in fact. But I feel really bad about it. I feel really bad about the time I took your wallet. I'm not gonna give the money back or anything. I'm not gonna try to pay you back in any way, but I feel really bad about it. Doesn't fucking count, mate. No one gives a fuck how bad you feel about it.
Him crying, he's like, I'm so sorry, I don't want to do this. I don't believe you. Your actions. This is something that I don't know if this author understands, because he didn't understand it in the book. And then sometimes the comments of the fans, which love it if you love it, but understand this. People lie. And sometimes it feels like you don't understand that people lie. They can say one thing and do the
Valord
other.
coward.
And their
So
actions
it was a
tell you
world
they
that was
don't
getting
believe what
fucked
they're
with by
saying.
all the
This
gods,
guy
and
over
the
here
world
is-
was on the cusp of the Industrial Revolution upheaval. there was going to be a cult for a god of war, and their thing was they were going to big fuck off bulky ass armor that was clunky. Over.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Power armor.
Valord coward. It was to show that even the gods were inadvertently urging on the industrial change.
It's just the
Over.
natural progression of things. Here's a great tip in character design. If you ever get into character design.
Valord coward. The humans wanting to kill things better and survive longer, made power armor.
Yeah, buddy.
Over.
A symbol of their tenacity. A physical manifestation of their hardiness.
Valord coward. Yes. Over.
But yeah, here's a tip on character design. You know you've designed a character well, or you have a good design. Aesthetically, anyway, not practically, that's a different thing entirely, but aesthetically, you know you have a good design. If you can show a picture of your character to someone and say, tell me everything you know about this character, just looking at them. And if they can get the right impression, you know, obviously they won't guess everything about that character, but if they can look at that and go like, oh, this comes across as a very evil, like aggressive, domineering character, you know, or oh, this guy seems like real slick, he looks like a real fast, agile sort of kind of, maybe a bit of a smart ass, you know. If someone can just look at a character without knowing anything about them and get the right impression about that character, that's good character design.
Valord coward. 100%. Over.
And obviously it goes the same with just even if they're not characters, just like generic armor designs and crap like that. It should still say something about the kind of people they are. Like, for example, in Lord of the Rings, all the armor designs, hang on.
Valord coward.
Just because I want to look at Lord of the
That
Rings.
vanity pic conveys that so much. Over.
Hang on. Like, you get a pic, look at these, Gondor Knight, you know? It's very slick, you know? Plate armor. You get a look at these guys and you think these guys are wealthy, you know? These guys are wealthy, they're organized, they're quite veteran, they know what they're doing. These guys are professionals. As opposed to the right hero. These guys, they got like scale.
Valord coward.
It's much lighter.
I get the image, they are badass motherfuckers.
Whereas the
Over.
Rohirrim, they got like scale armor. They got a lot more cloth and leather. You know, you got the like a Norse sort of helmet. You get the impression that these guys they're not as economically well off. They're very mobile. They're very light. You know, they're not the expensive iron fist that Gondor is. They're more mobile. You know, they're not as wealthy, so they've got to make do with what they can. You know, they're more practical. And then, of course, you got the fucking Uruks. Look at these cunts. all these sharp, jagged edges, man. Look, their biceps fully exposed, you know, the thighs fully exposed, just showing off their muscles, you know? Their face, their eyes are fully covered so you can't see them, so you just see but their mouth is fully exposed, you know? You get the impression these are fucking violent creatures. Violent, crude, brutish creatures. Like, again, a lot of sharp, jagged edges. Look at it. Spikes on the shield, you know, they even got their feet exposed, they're showing off their
Coward.
muscles.
Monster even.
Yeah, monstrous.
Over.
Very brutal and monsterish, you know? But still quite well organized as well. Quite well funded, because they get full plate armor, you know? Like, you see all these cunts in formation, they look very well organized, you know? They're not just barbaric, they know what they're doing, you know? They're not just mindless killers, they know what they're doing. As we get to the orcs, look at these cunts. It looks like they got completely random shit, you know? It obviously, again, very pointy, but it's all very crude, it's all fucking mismatched,
Coward.
you know?
Needless to say, presentation is everything.
And so, like,
Over.
because again, all the armor is mismatched and shit like that. You see some with plate, some with leather, some with, like, scale. You get the impression that these guys, unlike the Uruk, who are brutal but organized, these guys are just brutal. These cunts are just fucking violent animals. They just love killing shit because they love killing
Coward.
shit.
Raiders.
Yeah, raiders. Perfect.
Over.
Raiders. They're just here to fucking pillage and loot and rape and all that good shit. Then they don't really care, you know? They don't really think shit through. They're just here to show up and fucking kill cunts. When facing cavalry, keep this in mind. Pikes in front, archers behind. And then you got the Haradrian. Here you go. Like the Haradrian, they got all these face masks, man, you know? They got all the face masks, you know, to show that they're a mysterious group, you know? Perhaps not the kind of people you should be trusting, but they're very elusive. They got quite light armor, you know? But they still have, like, the spikes coming out and shit like that. Very pointy weapons and shit like that. Little, like, this kind of thing on the back, you know? You get the impression that these are bad guys, but they're very mysterious bad guys. Unlike the orcs have their faces exposed. Their whole face is exposed more often than not. So you can fully show off how inhuman they are. Whereas the Urukais, they only have their mouths exposed, you know? They're much more faceless. They're, like, less human. But you can see the snarling teeth, the barbarity and the violence really shines through. But because you don't see the eyes, you can't see their wild nature, unlike the orcs. The orcs, you look at the eyes and you're like, these kinds are just monsters, you know, wild lunatics. Whereas the Uruks, they just had their mouths exposed, but you can't see the eyes. So they're like, you get less wild, even though you see the mouth to show how wild and barbaric they are. Because they don't see the eyes, you don't see that wild nature in their eyes. And obviously the Haradrim, this time you do see the eyes, but they cover the mouth. So you can see the humanity in their eyes, but you don't see their faces, which makes them less trustworthy, more elusive, you know? Look at them. All of these guys have fucking face masks, you know? They're much more elusive sort of guys. And then, of course, you got Lord of the Rings, Elvin.
Valord Coward. Shifty Eyes J.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that. Over.
Whereas, yeah, you got the elves, they got very slick armor. It's all so smooth and curved and slick. You can see their faces. Even though a lot of their faces are covered, you can still see the face. So you can see that they're very human-esque, you know? Because a lot of their face is covered. The humanity isn't as obvious. And look, they got the gold, man, you know? It's very expensive looking, you know? Very slick, very clean.
Valord Coward. Only good elf is a dead elf.
But yeah, you get the impression that these cunts, they've perfected the art, if you will. They look like they've perfected it. Unlike the Gondorians. Gondorians is quite slick, but you can still see it's quite bulky, you know, very rigid. And so you can tell that they're expensive, they're well-funded, and they're very veteran. But when you compare them to the elves are way more slick, you know. You get the impression that these cunts know what they're doing. They've been fighting for thousands of years.
Valord coward.
And then you got the
I get the impression they are going to be blood on a blade. Over.
And then you got the fucking dwarves, man. Again, full plate armor, showing off their faces. Again, all the good guys have their faces exposed. All the good side has their face exposed. But again, even bulkier than the Gondorians. Like, look, the shoulder pads, like, aren't even sticking to the shoulders. They're like protrude outwards. They're that fucking big. Big, bolty, all these jagged angles. It looks like stone, you know? It looks like the guy looks like he's wearing a rock, you know? Bulky, rigid, rock-like. Hardy, sturdy. So yeah, all these character designs, all these armor designs, just speak volumes about what kind of characters these guys are. You can just take one look at these guys and you know what they're all about. You know, of course, the hobbits have no armor at all. There is no fucking hobbit soldiers, because they just aren't. They're just not a warlike race, full stop. They haven't engaged in any kind of warfare, full fucking stop. Whereas, like, these guys, they look like robots, you know? Which I don't get what the impression is.
Stabbed a man who did nothing wrong to...
Because they're not... I don't think they're meant to really
Valord
be
coward.
like mindless soldiers.
And you know exactly how long it takes to make a good design for an entire faction. Over.
It takes a while. Like, obviously, in, you know, my whole Chili Corps thingy aesthetic, like, the more veteran Chili Corps soldier is, the more armor they wear. You know, obviously at they start at the bottom as trench rats, where the only armor they have is basically a helmet, old World War I style helmet, and just like a big leather coat. And then after that, you know, they go to like basically just a Kevlar vest and the full helmet. And again, the full helmet is all about covering the face to make them more inhuman, to show that clear separation between them and wider humanity.
My point is, it makes Shad's shit so much worse.
Yeah, buddy.
Over.
I mean, that's the whole thing about the clones, you know. That's why the clones wear their helmets more often than not. And even the Mandalorians wear their helmets all the time. It's to show that they're distinct from wider humanity, to show that inhuman side to them. And then obviously you got the full-on, hang on. Do I have porn on my DVD? No, I'm pretty sure I do have porn on my DVD. I've got porn on my Newgrounds too. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna have to keep this in mind.
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Problem solved. User was happy to close.
Nice.
Over.
We're talking about armor designs at the moment, and character design as a whole.
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Well, I hope who she is a female.
Well, you don't need to hope she is female. So yeah, you got this one. She's just got the helmet, the goggles. She just kind of got the webbing, but no armor on the chest, you know? She looks like that.
Valord coward. Lovely pic.
Yeah, buddy.
Over.
But you know, it's to illustrate the whole idea. You know, they're very low tier. Their lives don't really matter much. They kind of go with they haven't wasted much money on their gear, so there's the whole expectation they're gonna die. You know, you can even see the little details, little bullet holes and fucking sewn together parts, all the dents in the helmet, scratches on the fucking goggles. You know. It's to highlight the worthlessness of their existence, you know? They're part of the body count. Very much else more to that. I did the eyes very well with that now I think about it. Whereas, hang on, gonna have to shimmy this one to the side. Just because there's titties in there, and we all know what widestream internet's like with titties. Obviously for this one for lucky, you know. And this armor is kind of outdated as well. It should be bulkier. This one, obviously the armor is much bulkier, you know. Very Romanesque as well, you know. You got the Corinthian style faceplate. Got the big neck guard that the Roman helmets had, and obviously the fucking tassels and shit like that, the big thigh guards. Actually, oddly enough, a better one would be in here.
Valord coward. Was this before making her more tanky?
Yeah, this is before making her way more tanky. See, this one is much more tanky, you know? To really help illustrate, you know, the bulk and the size, you know? She's a big line breaker, a door kicker. And obviously, again, to sort of have the you got the Teutonic style horns, you know, the old Teutonic helmet style horns. Obviously to indicate authority, but to also sort of hint towards the medieval organization, a very hierarchical sort of organization of things. The spikes on the shoulder pads, you know. Again, spikes indicate bad guys, you know. And again, the big neck guard to kind of cover the mouth. Very tanky, you know? Bulky, tanky, pseudo-medieval, but very industrial looking. Big power up. Also, the best part, hang on. The best part of this whole animation is this little part in the corner here. I'm really proud of this little firefight that goes on in the background there. God, so much happens so quickly. Sorry, I'm gonna have a wank about it. You got these two firing their shots, and then you see the the fucking plasma ball comes flying through, and as it goes through to hit this guy, you see this other guy duck out of the way to try and dodge it. But then as he dodges it, you see this come in, catch the gun just as it goes to fire, yank it out of his hands, and then bang, whacks him with the gun. And then she pulls out the other gun and boos. You can see the blood splatter and everything, man. So fucking cool.
Valord coward. Nice.
Yeah, buddy.
Over.
I love that little firefight in the background. And you can kind of see it in this armor too. Over the armor here, but also over here, like the way it kind of layers over to kind of emphasize how thick it is. It's meant to look heavy and bulky. Real door kicker sort of stuff.
Dalen, but Dalen killed his entire family and then finished the job. And after stabbing him while he's 17 again, he's like, I'm so sorry. You could have made a different decision. And I don't understand why, if you want to put this on a path to creating a new background for Dalen, to giving him a second chance, to making him make different choices, why would you not have him look at this man, have Eric stop him instead of being a validating cup standing right behind him and be like, you know what, it's gonna
How's it go, Privacy? How you doing, mate?
You okay, Dalen? You didn't do anything wrong, it was defensive. Make Eric actually
We're
stop.
watching some stuff on Shadiversity, if you know who that is. In a very crude nutshell,
Valor
just a
Howard.
lolcow. That's probably the quickest nutshell. He's
Man,
a
I love
lolcow.
that you are letting me use your company for my campaign. Fuck, every time I see your art and lore, it just gives me such a massive writer's hype. Over.
Well, thank you very much. Am I doing this right? I can't remember how I drew. Oh boy, I hope this doesn't break anything. I just need to open up OpenTunes for a quick second. Oh, I'll save this and close this. I need to remember how I did this cunt's fucking clothes. I know he had like a vest. I can't remember exactly how I did it.
Validating Dalen. Everything Dalen did in the book was against Eric's beliefs. But Eric said, you know what? I'm a light bringer. I understand what the light is, and I validate your actions. I validate your murder because you're murdering the right people, Dalen. Then what is the point of Eric? He's not actually a consciousness that is meant to guide Dalen. He's just somebody there to approve Dalen so that Dalen thinks he's on the right path. We also get this piece of gold over here where all of these soldiers, which they're
Oh, yeah.
it's great. But they're like, relent, your commander is slain. Your order is negated. And they're like, hey, LMAO, we're gonna just head on back home. Thanks a bunch. What's up?
I, Master Lightbringer, Dragoons, retrieve our fallen. Let's go home. Because that's what soldiers do. Oh, you killed our boss. Alright, well. We are halfway through an entire fucking fight. I guess we just give up and go home. I mean, you know, we just spend all this time preparing for. Oh, okay, so we had the pop collar and then like the tie around it. Okay. Just gotta put a screen just in case. Save that for later, in case I need it. I mean, hey, I guess that it does go with the aesthetic. They do look like a bunch of fucking robots. I guess they should behave like fucking robots. Error. Master not found. Shutting down.
Frick is this guy? This guy doesn't even want to be there. Which, fair. They're probably like, you know what? We just saw this man murder that guy. I want to go home to my wife and kids. Like, no thank you. No thank you. Anyway, so then you get to this last page after Eric was validating Dalen's choice to murder a guy again, and we kind of get this feeling that it's gonna be monster of the week sort of thing, because it says, it seems the light has given me a second chance in life, a chance to bring some light to the world that I had drowned in darkness, but it is clear that I'll never escape my past, nor do I deserve to. I wonder what other old enemies I'll face in the journey. After all, there is an endless list of people I've wronged. Perhaps in our next encounter I can make amends.
I wonder what the monster of next week's gonna be.
So we're gonna get basically monster of the week. But I wish that he had actually just knocked that guy out and then they'd run and he goes, this guy is gonna come back on me and I need to figure out a way to talk to him. Because he is not going to give up. But make Dalen become a pacifist to dealing with this until he can't. Like, make a different choice, because that actually would have put the threat of this other thing and actually made it make sense of, oh, the light has given me another chance to do something different. So give it a consequence if he doesn't do what the light wants. Make him actually think about his actions. But we know that he won't. And we know that he is just going to have his feelings validated if he kills somebody. And that this guy is literally just there to be like, you know what, you are in the right, Dalen. Don't worry about it. Nobody is going to punish you, and you did what you had to do, so don't worry about it. So all I can say is it's kind of disappointing how messy the pacing is on this. I feel like I have so much more information that I can insert in there to make sense of things because the scenes jump from page to page so much. It inserts some random stuff, and it's mostly disappointing. And there was so much potential here to do something different. Again, we don't have Lyra. We'll see her in the future, probably. Again, we don't have Lyra. We'll see her in the future. But the fact that she is set up as a love interest in this kind of hints at that she was supposed to be a love interest in the novel, which I don't even know how you would clarify, how you would try to fix the situation of somebody who was raped by an old man as a child and then became infertile was somehow going to become his love interest now that he was 17 again. Like, I don't hate this book. I don't hate the novel. I don't hate the comic. It's disappointing. There are certain things about the novel that are infuriating. The comic book feels like a wasted effort because it didn't get the attention that it could have had to be reinvented into something else and to make it make sense. It also doesn't feel long enough for what it needed to do in that first issue, and it skipped over doing what it needed to do. I also think that that moment where it had Lyra in the bed, I don't think that that was actually needed in that moment. I think that that would have been a better thing kept for the second issue or the third issue whenever Lyra comes in and he sees her for the first time and he goes, oh my gosh, that is the girl that I used to love. And I haven't seen her since that one night that I told her to be gone. She doesn't even know that I love her. Like, that would have been a better introduction rather than putting it into this random spot in book 1, which feels like it's kind of a dump of a bunch of exposition to try to set up this character instead of just giving us what we need in that moment to set up his immediate needs. Again, I think the situation with that hobo guy in the streets could have had much more setting to create what a monster he is and to, like, make that as a contrast. So you've got him becoming a young person again. And immediately his first reaction is freaking murder this guy who just not even did anything wrong to him. Like, just stepped on him, asked him for a bit of money, whatever. Like, don't even make that guy a threat to him. Have that guy just be like, hey, those are some nice clothes. You got any money? And then Dalen's like, did you say to me? And then just stabs the crap out of him and makes him pay for it. And that shows the brutality of Dalen the Conqueror. And then he washes himself off, and his biggest issue is like, oh my gosh, they're finding that body. I need to GTFO. And then he meets Eric, and then Eric talks to him and has that moment with him. And then you get that moment at the end with his old buddy where he makes a different decision, and you can reflect it on the earlier decision that was his impulse, where he had been tapping into that impulse later, but having Eric there got him to slow down, stop, and do something else. And I think that the saddest thing for this entire series, for the novel and for the comic book, is that there is so much potential between the comments that are actually about the book and all of the different ideas that have been shared in the comment section on my book review. There are so many different ways to have taken this story and made it so deep and so interesting, and it just feels like the author is...
I mean, again, it's the old saying that at the end of the day, in any creative art, all ideas are really good ideas. It all boils down to execution. And the simple reality of Shadow of the Conqueror, why it'll never work, is because you have an immoral person.
YouTube, bunker housing, she is calling herself Ian. Over.
Ian's a girl's name. Like Taylor or Jessie. Well, not a girl's name, they're fucking bisexual names.
Not getting the feedback that he needs or listening to them.
Look, I think you just need to stop thinking about this person's genitalia because it doesn't matter. We're talking about a book. Alright? I think you're thinking incorrectly. For a factor that ultimately doesn't matter. Like, what will this... Like, if she is transgender, what changes, Bunker? What changes about the book? You know what I mean?
Feedback, if he gets any, to craft it into something that makes sense, into something powerful,
Valord
into something
coward.
meaningful. It's just
going back to what I said, does it matter, Bunker?
You know, lowering the sexual assault because he realized that he couldn't come back from the sexual assault and make a love interest out of it.
The problem with Shadow of the Conqueror is it's a story about morality written by a person who has very poor morals. And that's why it's never going to work. Or at least it won't work as a lesson in morality. Chad is elitist by his nature. His morals are always just going to boil down to, well, I'm right. Because I'm me. I'm the main character. And that feeds into the story. The main character is right, because he's the main character.
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. I can agree that in this case it is unlikely to matter. Smile face. Over.
What do you mean unlikely to matter? What is that small percentage that you think it would matter? How does the book change? The book being a physical object that exists independently of this person.
Valord coward. Do you like Shad, Bunker? Over.
The writing of the book is not going to change depending on the person that's critiquing it. The book will always stay the same.
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. I know very little of Shad, have not watched his videos, a bit long. Over.
I don't think Bunker knows anything about Shad.
Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. I think it is okay to criticize. Over. Valord coward. So then why does it matter? Over.
Yeah, look, Bunker, I don't know about you, but I ain't here to go judge people on their fucking gender, alright? I can go do that another time. I'm here to go laugh at Shad, because he's a lolcow.
A sexual assault victim.
Restream bot.
Instead of making something
YouTube.
strong.
Bunker housing. Huawei said matters.
Is that as a writer, as
Over.
a creator of any kind, we will never
Privacy
get away
responsive
from the
abdul.
influences of our lives, from
Yes,
the
so
framework of
random
our lives,
things.
from what we believe
Over.
actually going into our
Valord
work.
coward.
It's the things
If you
that
are
we
oh
think
so rational
are
and
always
an
going to find their
independent
way in
thinker,
there one
why
way or
does it
another,
matter what the
usually in a
person is? Over.
spiritual way, or how you frame good guys and bad guys, you know, in a very broad
gonna
sort
get
of
good
way.
mileage
Your
out of that one
beliefs,
now.
your ideas, your spirituality will go into your work. With my work, you will often find stuff that is about found family, that is about alienation,
Privacy
that is
responsive
about being
abdul.
broken, and hopefully
Neon
finding,
just
you know,
dropped
ways
the
to come
trailer for a
together to
reboot
build
of
that.
his Discord server that plays more like a text-based survival game instead of being a normal server. Over.
Where's
Restream
Neon?
bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. I have not said it matter, I am just furious. Over. Restream bot. YouTube. Bunker housing. Is it okay to be curious? Over.
Well, I think it's more on a point of relevance, you see.
Valord coward. I am only assuming it matters to you because you are so fixated on it. Over. Privacy responsive abdul. Also, are you animating or drawing on Flash RN?
Yeah, I'm drawing on
Over.
Flash. Well, animating. This was originally meant to be done in OpenTunes, but I'm having some trouble with OpenTunes where it's getting really laggy. And it's not working right, so I figured, well, I just want to get this animation done. And it's like in OpenTunes, it's taking me like a fucking minute to load just to change frame. So I'm like, well, I'll just finish it. I'll just export everything, put it into Flash, and I'll just finish the animation that way.
Privacy
move over
responsive
to-
abdul. Damn, that's some fucking Rivers Cuomo ass legs, Jesus. Over.
Yeah, they are. But look, it's only gonna be for one frame. No one really cares, alright? No one fucking cares.
Privacy responsive Abdul. If you don't get it, basically Rivers had one leg that was longer than the other and he soon got a surgery for it. Now he's normal ig. Over. Valord coward. You asked as soon as heard her voice and assumed she was a troon. Then you went out of your way to find out if she was. Then you left for over 30 minutes, and came back to ask if it was a troon. So yes, Bunker, I assume you care a lot. Over.
But yeah, I do what you know and you mean about the fucking legs. I drew them and I was like, eh, this is kind of fucking awkward. Oh well. It's at the bottom of the frame, no one should be paying attention. Look, you'll notice this in animation, eh? There's a tip from an animator. Go frame by frame through animation, you'll find there's a lot of fucking jank. A lot of corner cutting. Especially if you go for a very active sequence. There's a lot of jank. But hey, art isn't about pretty pictures, it's about illustrating a point. And they may not be the perfect legs, but they do illustrate the idea. They are
coward.
in fact the legs.
I will be the first to post in your comments with a timestamp to that frame, just for you. Over.
There's probably going to be more jank drawings. Don't worry. After all, we're only up to the second frame of animation.
That family to heal. I think all three of my books, Dead End Drive, Body More, and Boom Boom Boom, all have a focus that the family is stronger.
Yeah, mine's is always suffering. Mine's is either being weird and catching you by surprise, being unconventional, or suffering. There's a lot of underlying darkness.
Privacy responsive Abdul. Also back to the neon thing, I think it's called Deva 2 or some, and it's a fan-made sequel he made to a fanfic called Deva and Song. He soon managed to have the server get its rights owned by the Ogona, so it's official, I guess. Over. Valord coward.
Close enough.
Your medicine adventures were great with the suffering. Over.
Yeah, well, that's porn. Well, I guess there's a lot of sadistic tendencies. Ah, yes, the suffering of other creatures. Hot. Hot.
Privacy responsive Abdul. Fucking lean colored ass hair. Over.
And makes you stronger, and is the thing that you can rely on, even if it's not blood relatives, because both Dead End Drive and Bodymore have found family in them. And then if we talk about the Westies is all about found family after the kids have just, they're alone.
Oh, also stupidity. I guess that's with my comedy. Stupidity.
That's something that you will find in a lot of my work. You will also find that a lot of my work might have some depressing things in them or deal with death and being alienated, but they are not hopeless. They are not about you will always be alone, you will suffer, and you will die alone. They always have a spark of hope underneath the bottom, because I believe that there is always hope. So there are these larger concepts that will always find their way into your work because of the things that you believe. And why do I say that? Because I don't think that it is fair to go after somebody because of their religion. I don't care what the religion is. People are allowed to believe and have the faith that they generally believe in, and that is going to just influence their work, and that is fine. But it takes us to a thing where it's like, oh, I'm going to insult you if you have no sex in your work or fade to black in your work.
Privacy responsive Abdul. Also back with the theatrical ass resolution, Jesus Christ skull.
Because it didn't
Over.
get into graphic sex, and then they said he only didn't put sex in his books because he was Mormon. But then I find out that there is sex, it's just not graphic sex. But it's not just the religious that don't necessarily enjoy that. The same thing with Twilight, where critics were going after Bella for dressing modestly and saying that's only because she's crazy Mormon. Look, I'm not asking anybody, and there's nothing that I can do to change anybody's mind. I'm just saying, I'm not asking anybody to like any religion whatsoever. I'm not asking anybody to like or approve of or do anything for anything. I'm just saying it gets kind of exhausting and diminutive to mistreat people because of their religious beliefs, even if you don't agree with them. But you're always going to
And yeah, look, there's plenty of reasons to mistreat Shad. Alright, you don't need to make fun of his religion. There's already a ton of things to make fun of about him.
Find in books is people who have different perspectives, different views, and those lace into the values of the stories and of the characters.
Privacy responsive Abdul.
Where those ideas
Am
come
I
from
watching a
and how
fucking
they
movie that
manifest in these
looks like a
stories,
stream
but I
or
think
average
making
VTuber
personal
shenanigans?
attacks on a
I don't
person
know what
because
to
of their
decide, Skull.
specific choices.
Over.
All of the above. I guess it's not a movie, it's a book review. Or a comic review, rather. You're watching a comic review while you're watching a VTuber, while you're watching an animation being made. That's the cool thing about my show, alright? If anything, you get too much content.
Sort of crosses a boundary for me.
Privacy responsive
You don't
Abdul.
really see people going,
The
"Oh, of
resolution is
course they
literally
wrote this character in there because they're
2:16:9
secular,
LMA.
because they're atheists."
Look,
Over.
I got a big main screen, okay? I got a big main screen. I can't do anything about that. I mean, I can go change the resolution, but you know what? Here we are. It's
Valord
wide
Howard.
screen, it's cinematic.
It's lovely. Over.
I don't have any... No, I'm not appearing on this. A lot of these scenes are out there. But hang on. No, this is supposed to be working. Hang on. Oh no, the green screen isn't working. Alright, well this didn't work anywhere near how I thought it would. Boy, I really need to update a lot of my other screens. I was gonna do a whole thing coming at you live from New York City. But you know, clearly it's not working. Look, you can see the green screen in the background. I'm not actually in a newsroom. I know, disgraceful, isn't it? I can't believe someone on the internet would lie like this. Shameful. There's your fucking news report for you. Oh, look, now the green screen's not working here. Hang on a minute. Oh, no, wait. Oh, there we go. There we go. Excellent. Technical difficulties. Hey, you'll love to see it.
Because they're agnostic.
There you go, you can chuck that one onto the pile, eh, Private?
Privacy responsive Abdul.
Live?
Also the videos I linked by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Over.
And that's for you,
Because
mate.
they're Buddhist, because they're
Privacy
Islamic, because
responsive
they're
Abdul.
Shintoist. Like, yes,
First
of course,
one was
you're going to
Remnants'
have those
ending
ideas in there, and
credits.
it's fine. But
Over.
using that
Oh,
as
we'll have
something
to watch that
attack
another
somebody
time.
for instead of seeing the
We're
work
watching
as a
stuff on
template for
chat.
Privacy
work
responsive
doesn't work,
Abdul.
has nothing to do with their
And the
religion.
second is the Deva
so-
2 trailer.
I kind of,
Over.
No worries. I'll have to
kind
watch
of
that
in-
another time.
I guess I'm bringing
That's
this
not the
up
topic of
because
the
I
day.
see it happen. I've seen it happen over a couple of different things now, and I want to have conversation about the books, about the people. I want to have conversations about the books, about the stories, and then to find the similarities or the influences in the works versus the creator. And this is also why I love hearing from the creator's perspective, so then I can start connecting dots as to what influenced what. But I think it creates a very hostile environment for book reviews and conversations when you start making personal attacks out of the book reviews. Now, obviously, me saying anything is not going to change anything. People are obviously allowed to and going to and should express themselves however they want. But because there is so much vitriol around just talking about some of these books, I did want to make it clear that this is just a book review. This is just talking about the fiction, about the story layout, because I love the stories. I love talking about characters, and I could really see so much potential in Shadow of the Conqueror, but I don't think that there is an environment right now that is conducive to accepting or seeing criticism for what it is, because there are also so many personal attacks involved in looking at criticism, and you don't know who to trust. And it also then just everything becomes bad faith. That's bad faith. That's bad faith. If you like it, then it's good. If you don't like the person, if you like the person, then it's good. If you don't like the person, then it's bad. There is so much of that. Anyway, I might have a longer video about criticism and the culture around criticism on Saturday because I've been thinking about it recently. We'll see. I know there might be one in the future, but I am thinking Saturday. But anyway, let me know what your thoughts are about Shadow of the Conqueror down in the comments below. Have you read the novel? Have you read the graphic novel? What do you think about the adaptation? What do you think about changes being made between the two versions? Do you think that the changes are good? Do you wish that the changes hadn't been made? What kind of changes do you usually expect with adaptations? Let me know your thoughts on any of it down in the comments below. With that said, thank you so much for watching. Have a great weekend, and don't die.
Alright, let's watch the part. Let's watch Shad get butthurt. And I'm gonna put this in an incognito tab. I don't want Shad popping up in me fucking algorithm. Oh god, I hope there's not a ton of ads in this crap. Look at this fat goose.
The sword community, for the most part, throughout its entire history, has pretty much been a really supportive and collaborative
Sword community. Bunch of fucking sword swallowers over here, am I right, guys? I reckon if you want to say it's either the arms and armor community or the HEMA community. Because, you know, say arms and armor, you're highlighting that they don't just cover swords, they cover other shit. Arms and armor, as the name suggests. Otherwise, the HEMA community is a completely different community. HEMA is historical European martial arts, you know? They're two different things. One's a sport, and the other is about technical stuff.
community. We have responded to back and forth, time to time, disagreeing, but one of the kind of tones that you'll notice through most of...
Also, again, I brought this up before, but this is so fucking adorable. Title: Sellsword Arts attacks the sword community, calling us armchair warriors that you shouldn't watch? Question mark, exclamation mark. And you got this fucking goober. This fucking goober with his Complay Brigantine, his fucking Dark Souls, 2 long swords welded together outside of a fucking little plastic castle, man. I'm not an armchair warrior. I'm not an armchair warrior. Dressed like fucking Reddit nut. Hang on, I'll show you. Hang on, we'll go start with Sellsword
Valord coward.
Arts.
LMAO, it's all so silly.
Just a lack
Over.
of self-awareness, man. It's so adorable. But unfortunately, there's an element of sadness when you realize this is a grown adult. Alright, so here's the original video. Alright, here's the first step.
I've been struggling with whether or not I should make this video for a while. I've gone back and forth on the pros and cons, and I've come to the conclusion that it is a valuable piece of information that I can impart to the community. And today we are discussing the current state of sword media online. If you've been on YouTube, TikTok, or any other social media platform, you probably understand that the conversation about swords and swordsmanship is mostly dominated by pop culture, fantasy, anime, video games, and things like that. And that's not necessarily bad, it's what the people want to see, but the problem is that's kind of all you can find. Yes, there are some amazing people doing some historically relevant and, tactically correct sword stuff online, but they're few and far between, and realistically, they're not very popular channels. I think that we're one of the more popular channels that does a lot of fencing stuff, and really the reason that we're popular is because we also do some of the silly stuff like memes and things like that. If we just did historical swordsmanship, we wouldn't be nearly as popular. And
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I mean, I only found out about this cunt because of his popular YouTube shorts where he's trying to playing with lightsabers and combining that with swordsman techniques and shit like that. It's the Star Wars stuff that's definitely what makes the cunt popular.
And that's because people don't seem to find it as enjoyable as they do, anime and stuff like that. And I find that to be a shame, but that's just the way things are. But today I want to talk to you guys about what makes good sword content and who you should and shouldn't listen to and why. I don't think I need to say this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Anime, video games, pop culture, and all of those things are not accurately representing swordsmanship. It's cool, it's fun, and it's enjoyable to watch, but that's not the way that swords would have actually been used. But because most popular content creators who do things about swords are courting that audience, they tend to couch things in terms of those anime techniques or things like that. How many videos have you seen kind of breaking down video game sword fighting and things like that? It's interesting, it's fun to watch, but the conversation is dominated by that, to the point where it's really hard to find realistic swordsmanship unless you know where to look. The other issue is that there are very few people who are popular swordsmanship creators who do a lot of fencing. And it's integral to fence to understand how these things work. Popular sword media on YouTube and other sites like it lack a true representation of the art of swordsmanship. Most of it's focused on looking cool, doing cool choreography, and there's nothing really wrong with that, like I said before, and I'm gonna say that over and over again in the video, but it is what dominates the conversation, and we really lose the reality of how these things would have worked. And I find that, honestly, the stuff that we make just to be cool isn't nearly as interesting as the stuff that is realistic, because the realistic stuff is really cool. One of the biggest problems with this is, well, it's difficult. Fencing is hard. It is a skill. It is a martial art. It is an art that we pursue through our entire lives. It's not something that you just get. And so to actually be good at fencing, you have to dedicate a lot of time to it. And if you're also a YouTuber creating a lot of content, consuming a lot of media like anime, video games, and things like that, you don't have as much time to dedicate to getting good at the real thing. And so a lot of people who are popular and making popular stuff about swordsmanship don't actually fence. And that leads to a fundamental misunderstanding of how these things work, which leads to experiments and demonstrations and videos about swords and swordsmanship that are misinformed, and not necessarily intentionally so, but they are. And the question arises, why is this important? We're not using swords to fight anymore, so why does it matter if our media and everything else is totally inaccurate? Well, the real answer is it doesn't, but it's just kind of stupid to be misinformed. I get a lot of comments in my comment section saying, so-and-so did an experiment and it proves X, Y, Z, and when I look at the experiment, I can see all the problems with it and how it wasn't set up in such a way to accurately represent the way that these weapons would work. Maybe they were using, weapons that weren't up to snuff, maybe their technique wasn't very good, maybe they just had a misunderstanding of how fencing works, and now I have to deal with those comments. So maybe this is a selfish video. Maybe this is a video that just, it's my personal pet peeve. But I do believe that accurately understanding the way that swordsmanship works is valid and it's worthwhile. And it might not be crucial for every single piece of sword media to be accurate, but it's something that I think that we should understand and have a deeper, appreciation for. So I've spoken about experiments on YouTube a number of different times. There's been quite a few content creators who have tested things out. We've done it. We did the Great Reverse Grip experiment. We started to do some spinning experiments. We've done certain situational things, and we always give you kind of the way that we're testing things. Now, I admit that sometimes in the past I've done an experiment and then I've learned things later and I've gone back and corrected myself, which is crucial. If whoever you're watching is not able to correct themselves and say they were wrong when they learned something new, they're not worth watching. But a lot of these experiments that I see are done with like foam swords exclusively, or they're not geared up, or they're done in kind of situations where there's very, limited testing circumstances, or maybe they're testing for too broad of a thing. And you can kind of watch a video, and if you use common sense, you can see the pitfalls of an experiment. I'm sure there's some experiments that we've done that aren't ideal. And those are things I want to go back and I want to fix and I want to look at. The best experiment or exploration of a technique is done in full gear with steel swords, because that's the closest that we can get to replicating the way these things would have actually been done. When we do it in low gear or no gear or with foam swords, every single one of those is a compromise that's letting us not do this to the fullest extent that we could. For safety's sake, the performance of the weapon, or you name it, all of those things detract from the validity of an experiment that's being done. It's crucial for our viewers to be critical of the experimenter or the presenter. You shouldn't just take everything somebody says with a grain of salt, including me. I've done experiments before where maybe I didn't have the proper testing procedures, or maybe I didn't have a crucial piece of evidence or information, and that makes my experiment invalid. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I did one a while back where I said that leg hits are bad and they don't work. And then I started training with somebody who showed me exactly how you can do valid leg attacks. And so I changed my mindset and I made a video about it. I called myself out. And I've done that a number of times. And anybody worth their salt should be able to do that. We did an experiment recently where we used these foam greatswords. And like I said earlier, foam is not steel. So it wasn't a completely valid experiment to show one-to-one how these things would have worked. But we also said that caveat in the video. From the beginning, we laid out the idea that this was not an experiment to show exactly how greatswords would have been used in crowd control. It was a thought experiment because we couldn't accurately represent how greatswords would work because it's too dangerous to fence full force with steel greatswords. So we had to make a compromise there if we wanted to.
What a fucking surprise. We can't really test out if this technique would kill people because, that might kill somebody.
Do the experiment at all. When a presenter gives you that information, when they give you that caveat, you can trust them a little bit more. And I realize it might seem like I'm just talking myself up right now, but what I'm trying to do is give you a baseline of what you should expect from a valid experiment. If there are caveats or if there are restrictions to the experiment testing process, they should be stated to the viewer and not just glossed over.
Valord coward. This
So
is
how do
why
you, the
we
viewer,
need
know
to bring
when a
back
presenter
sword
is
drills.
worth listening to? Well, we've already
Over.
talked about a couple of things, but there's some other things you should be watching for. If they're talking about how to use a sword, they should use a sword. They should fence. Not everybody has to go to a tournament and win gold.
Before someone tells you they know what they're doing, you should actually make sure if they have ever done the thing they claim they know what they're doing with. Again, I say this all the time. Look, if you want to get into martial arts, specifically for self-defense reasons, or to learn how to fight, you have to go to a place that has full contact sparring. Because if they don't have full contact sparring, then there's no way to know if the techniques that they're demonstrating actually work. Crazy, I know. And I know this because I have done martial arts. I have engaged in full contact sparring.
Old to be worth listening to. I fence and train under a number of different people who don't compete in tournaments because they don't like to, but they're still amazing instructors and fencers. No, they have to do the art. If you don't do the art, you cannot talk about how to do the art. Now, there are people...
That's really the crux of Shad's butthurt. This line.
Like to, but they're still amazing instructors and fencers. No, they have to do the art. If you don't do the art, you cannot talk about how to do the art. Now,
which, yeah, you would think is a pretty obvious case in point. If you don't do the art, you can't talk about how to do the art. After all, how would you know how to do the art if you've never done the fucking art itself? Is why you shouldn't listen to politifags about politics. They don't do anything political. They don't engage in any type of actual political activity, so how the fuck should they know anything about how any of it works? A lot of these cunts don't even leave their fucking town, let alone the country. And they still want to go around pretending they know how the world works,
Valord coward. But I watched a video about it, so I am master about it. Over.
Howdy, Uber. You'd think it's just a statement of fact, and it is a statement of fact. If a cunt has never done an art, how do they know anything about the art? Again, it's not saying that you can't talk about it, but they can't. They literally cannot explain how it works. The best they can talk about is theory. But at the end of the day, they can't know because they've never tested it. I mean, that's the whole foundation of science. You learn the theory, and then you do the tests, That's why science is not religion. Because there's testing involved. You test to see this shit happen before your very eyes, to know how this shit works. That's why martial arts is a science, it's not a matter of belief. Because they test the techniques and you get to see them done in practice. That's why art, drawing, it's a science, it really is. It's not a matter of opinion. People are like...
Valord coward.
Even comedy, man.
But yes, I just love all the other countries shitting on America when they don't live here and then giving me full essays on how it would be improved if America did this one thing. Over.
And I mean, people have a right to criticize. you have every right to say, hey, I don't think that car should be making that loud ticking noise. But don't tell people how to build a car if you never built a car yourself. That's why I'm always like, look, I always preface that, like, look, I don't really know how America works, you know? I tried learning about it, and America is just an extremely complicated place. So complicated and convoluted, most Americans don't even know how it works. And even if I might not agree with the information I've been given, I might be suspicious about it, but at the end of the day, I don't live there. How could I know? I can give my thoughts, stuff I think might work, but at the end of the day, that's just it. It's just an opinion. It's just my thoughts. I can't tell, because I don't fucking live there. I don't know.
Now, there are people who are historians who don't fence, and they have valid insights about the history of these weapons, but they don't have an understanding of how they would have been used. You cannot understand how these things would have been used just by studying books. You have to pick one up, and you have to do it. And preferably, you should do it with steel and full gear.
And again, like, I'm more confident, you know, putting my foot down on just really obvious stuff, obvious problems in America. Like over-urbanization, like your fucking over-reliance on cars, especially in like the city and shit like that. Because that's just, infrastructure is the same all over the world, you know? It's not magic, you know? And it's a pretty obvious fucking problem. But for the specific details, I just don't know, man. I don't. And I don't really care enough to actually do the research. I mean, it's not my fucking country. What do I really care?
Now, because HEMA and fencing are not as popular as anime and fantasy and things like that, it can be hard to find legitimate swordsmen online to follow and watch content from. So I've done the work for you, and I have found a number of different channels who do awesome swordsmanship that's based in reality. These are people who actually fence, they practice the art. You can go check them out, they're awesome. And I'll say right off the bat, we're not gonna agree on everything. They might say things that contradict things that I say, and I might say things that contradict things that they say. But that doesn't make them invalid, it just means they have a different opinion. You know, they could know something that I don't know, or I can know something they don't know. But these are legitimate fencers, and they make good content, so definitely check.
I'll probably be streaming all night. Oh, it's nearly 10 p.m. But I'll stream for a good while. We might go play some Power World, eh?
Check them out.
I'll finish this little bit.
And the last thing that I want to say is, it's not bad to love fantasy and anime and video games and things like that. I love them, I play them, I watch them. And I don't even get mad when a character does reverse grip in some silly fantasy series, because it's fake and it doesn't matter. The issue is, people have a hard time differentiating between that fantasy and the reality of how these things would work, because they just don't have enough exposure to them. But if you watch good content, you're critical of the presenter, you understand how experiments are formulated, and you check out awesome sword channels, you can learn more about how these things are actually used, and that'll lead to you enjoying swords and swords media even more.
Valord Coward. Only asking because I got some errands to run in about 2 hours, and you know how much I hate to miss your streams. Over.
Nah worries, but yeah, we should be around. Ah, yeah, so this 9-minute video is what triggered this hour...
The sword community...
hour and 5-minute response, bro. Ass blasted.
Valord Coward. LMAO goddamn.
Ass fucking blasted.
For the most part, throughout its entire history, has pretty much been a really supportive and collaborative community. We have responded to back and forth, time to time, disagreeing, but one of the kind of tones that you'll notice through most of these disagreements was an acknowledgement that we still like each other, even not like, we respect each other, content they're making, and we kind of just want to add to the discussion, even if we're vehemently disagreeing. And we've been doing this for a while, so much so that things do evolve. There's been some falling outs. Matt Easton disassociated with me because I have very religious and conservative viewpoints I share on Night's Watch.
Not conservative and religious, retarded. You have straight retarded opinions. You're the guy who got butthurt because you saw Princess Peach wearing pants in the Mario movie.
Valord coward. Absolutely retarded opinions. Over.
You're the fucking Peach's pants guy, mate. Quick second.
Well, I say, well.
Peach's pants!
Scarlegrim doesn't like me or our content, but something that...
Oh, so I think the first guy you mentioned is Matt.
Valord
I'm pretty sure that's
coward.
Scholar Gladiatoria.
Shad is amazingly tone deaf and blind while
Well,
being
I
neither
said-
of those. Over.
Yeah, I think Matt, the first guy you mentioned, is Scholar Gladiatoria. Who obviously was just like, you kind of off the deep end, mate. And then Skarlgrim was the same. Again, I think I told you about Skull. Skull was an arms and armor guy. And then when he got criticized on stuff like, hey, that's not actually how sword fighting works, or that's not really what these things are for, and blah blah blah. Skarlgrim, instead of having a fucking hissy fit like Shad does, Skull was like, you know what, that's actually a very good point. How do I know how these things work if I don't actually use them? And so what did he do? He got off his fucking ass and started doing HEMA. And the funny thing is, for double points, like, Skull had like a big beer belly. Not a beer belly, but like he had a solid gut on him when he first starts off. Very neckbeardy. And then after, because he actually does a martial
Valord
arts now,
coward.
he's now far more fit.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Over.
And obviously, Skull isn't really interested in the petty shit of fucking politics. Skull just likes talking about swords and crap. I think there's only very few stuff he's done on political stuff, which I think it was about knife laws in the UK, or something like that. I think that's about it. I don't know if he's really done much more beyond that. Otherwise, he's very dipping his toe in the waters, like female breastplate armor and shit like that, boob armor, and like weapons for women, where he was just like, look, probably if you want a female-esque, practical female melee weapon, you'd probably go for a spear, but let's be real, spears are the best, full fucking stop. Whether you're a guy or a girl, spears are the best.
we've never done is openly say
Well, I say,
you shouldn't watch anyone else's content, because I still believe,
Valord
even with
coward.
our disagreements,
Spear
we understand
supremacy.
that we
Yeah, buddy.
all,
Over.
and I know, I certainly believe this, that we all contribute positive, beneficial things
Well, I
to
say-
this community. Now, by the way, I'm actually probably even closer with some other members of the SWORD community than I've ever been. Metatron, Lindy Beige, Modern History TV,
Well,
Jason
I
Kingsley,
say-
and I still
well,
get along
I-
great with so many others. So I don't want to think people thinking that, you know, everything is falling apart.
Hilarious. Well, you said it, Chad, not me. You said it.
well, I
God, I hate how fucking... I don't know why
Valord
fucking
coward.
like that.
Wait, I just realized I seen one of this guy's videos before. Holy shit, yeah, he made some dumb anime sword videos. Over.
And again, like, the thing is that none of this is inherently wrong. You know, you can make dumb sword anime videos, but fucking... You gotta face reality, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a fucking fat neckbeard. Alright? You're not a real swordsman, alright? You're not a real knight. You can wear your fucking little cosplay all you want. You're not a real soldier. You ain't a real fucking knight. You're a fat neckbeard living in Australia. Look in the fucking mirror, idiot.
Valor
The
coward.
standard that has been
It's
maintained,
okay to
this
not
kind of
understand
respect and
things.
desire to build the community,
Over.
has been really beneficial and positive, and something that I want to continue. But this is also why the recent video that Soul Sword Arts released is particularly troubling, because in this video, not only does he say that he is encouraging people to not watch other certain content creators.
But today I want to talk to you guys about what makes good sword content and who you should and shouldn't listen to.
Yeah, listen, not watch. And yes, he's absolutely correct. His main antithesis, is that the right use of the word? Well, his main point is that not all these cunts who talk about swords know what the fuck they're doing. And these cunts should not be giving off practical advice when they themselves have no idea if this shit actually works. Which, yeah, that's common sense.
So how do you, the viewer, know when a presenter is worth listening to?
He doesn't mention who, but it's pretty clear he's talking about us, and
Us blasted. Us blasted. Us status destroyed. God, I had an idea for a video. I need to do this as well. It'll make great mileage. You know how, like, you have the kill streaks in Halo? It's like double kill, triple kill, ultra kill,
Valord coward.
mega kill.
Backside blown out.
Yeah, buddy.
Over.
Yeah, I wanted to do one of those, but they're all like butthurt things. So it's like butthurt, ass blasted, backside blowout, rectal ravager. And it just goes up all the way.
a couple of others. I'll talk more a bit about that later. But not only does he say and encourage his
Valord
whoever
coward.
watches him to not watch
LMAO
other
do
members
it.
in the sword community, he
Yeah.
outright
Over.
says that people who do not practice the art should not talk about the art.
No, that's not what he said. He's not saying that people who don't practice the art shouldn't talk about the art. He says people who don't practice the art can't talk about how you perform the art. And yeah, if you've never drawn a picture, how the fuck can you know how a picture is drawn? If you've never built a car, how the fuck do you know how to build a car? If you've never lived in a country, how do you know what that country is like? If you've never fought a sword fight, how the fuck do you know how a sword fight works? That's common sense. You need to prove you can do something before you have any right, or any ability, ignoring the right, any ability to comment on how that shit works. This is like whenever I try to learn a new craft, you know, expand my skill set, first thing I always do, proof of concept. Proof of concept. You know, when I wanted to learn Live 2D, I made something in Live 2D before I tried to make this whole model you see here. I had to prove that I can conceptually make something in Live 2D. When I wanted to learn Brenda, I started off with that really crappy gun, you know? a really crappy looking gun. Because I need to prove that I can make something, and the donut as well. I need to prove I can make something in Blender before I can make, you know, the whole 3D model we ended up making. I need to get back to that too. I never finished doing the hair.
Valord Coward. The game.
The game
Over.
as well, yeah. Not the one we just lost, but the actual game made in Unity in fucking Godot. You have to at least have a proof of concept, you know? Prove that you have at least the basic, the absolute essential level of experience.
Meaning swordsmanship.
If you don't do the art, you cannot talk about how to do the art.
And to me, that is particularly aggressive and negative. So much so.
Particularly negative and aggressive.
If you don't do the art, you cannot talk about how to do the art.
Again, it even says it. You cannot. If you don't do the art, you cannot talk about how to do the art.
And to me, that is particularly aggressive and negative. So
Ass blasted, man. Ass blasted. What a fucking bitch. Hey guys, this is a general PSA that, you know, you shouldn't take practical sword fighting advice from people who have never been in sword fights and don't practice sword fighting. Chad. And then I took that personally. So butthurt, man. So ass blasted. What a
Valord
bitch.
Coward. LOL. Over.
Like, again, you're really self-reporting here. You're really fucking... This is a real... I don't know anything about a stolen bike. No one said anything about a stolen bike. No one said you stole a bike. And then you come in here, I don't know anything about a stolen bike. I don't know anything about a stolen bike. Oh man, he's sellsword. I was putting out PSA, hey, just wanted to remind you guys, you know, you should lock your bike up. Don't be careful who you trust your bike to because it might get stolen. Shad stands up from the back of the class. I don't know anything about a stolen bike. You can't prove I stole a bike. Sellsword Art made a video about stopping people from stealing your bike, and I think it's pretty clear he's talking about me. I don't know anything about a stolen bike.
So much so, why I feel it's necessary to make this response. So, the first thing that we really should discuss or address is how do we know that he's, in a large measure, talking about us here at
Valord
Shadiversity,
Shit
and why in
status.
a video
Shattered.
like this, it's
Over.
particularly disingenuous to not be upfront and honest about who you're referring to. There are two main issues with not being open about who is talking about in his video. The first one is that it muddies the water in regards to the community generally. There will be people who will come to his video and assume that he's talking about certain creators that he might not have actually been meaning or thinking about when he mentioned certain criticisms. And that's quite an issue because it actually doesn't let the people who he might be referring to specifically to defend themselves. And I'm
If you don't call out me specifically, if you don't say that I'm specifically the person who stole the bike, well then, how would people know whether or not I stole the bike, you know? If you don't point at me and say I'm the one who stole the bike, well, I don't know if I should start defending myself about stealing bikes.
I know for us specifically, there are criticisms he mentions in that video that are just flat out incorrect and false, which absolutely we should defend ourselves against those accusations if he was referring to us when he said them. And that's the second issue. By not being honest about who is talking about specifically, if people come to his video and assume that he's, say, talking about us, which many people have, by the way, They then will assume every single criticism in the video is referring to us as a criticism against us, or anyone else that they assume he is referring to. And he might not have been actually thinking about certain people in certain criticisms. But because a good portion of people who watch his video think it's a direct attack against us, for every single point of criticism he raises,
I don't want to do it like this.
we need to defend ourselves against every single thing he mentions and assume that every single point is something against us. But it also, again, when I say it muddies the water, he kind of throws most popular sword content creators online under the bus.
The other issue is that there are very few people who are popular swordsmanship creators who do a lot of fencing.
Was he referring to Scarlegrim, Metatron, Lindy Beige?
Well, obviously not fucking Scarlegrim, because Scarlegrim actually does sword fighting. I can't remember if Metatron does. I'm pretty sure Lindy Beige also does HEMA. I think Metatron does HEMA. I could be wrong. I have no idea about Metatron, but I know Lindy Beige does HEMA, and I know Scarlegrim does HEMA. So clearly he's not talking about them. I don't know nothing about no stolen bike. I don't know nothing about no stolen bike.
Anyone that he personally didn't recommend? Or was he primarily focused against us here at Shadowversity? That's what I mean when I say he needs to be clear about who he's talking about.
You're so vain, you probably think this song is about you. About you.
When making a video such as this, you need to be honest and upfront, and I get the impression that he was avoiding mentioning anyone by name, and I could be wrong about this, to have a veil of plausible deniability.
No, you dumb fuck. There's two blatantly obvious reasons. One, it's a general PSA. This is common sense, alright? I could tell you the same thing. Again, if you want to learn martial arts for self-defense, go to a place that does full contact sparring. If it's a place that doesn't do full contact sparring,
Valord
then you're not
coward.
going to know how to fight.
Speaking of vain and greedy, pick a toe stream tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to have to.
Over.
I don't know if we'll be doing it tonight. I can tell you this, don't take drawing advice from people that don't draw. Don't take writing advice from people that don't write. Again, it's one of the big fucking hilarious things. Like, again, Shad falls into this. I'm brilliant at anatomy, and you look at his fucking drawings. All the women have no fucking intestines. Yo.
You got my card?
Actually, I think I left it outside on the bench.
Oh, good.
Again, the same thing I say about PolitiFax.
Valord coward.
You know?
I appreciate your drawings regardless.
Thank you very much.
Over.
But again, it's the same thing I say about PolitiFags. None of these cunts have engaged in any actual political activity. They have no idea how this shit plays out. Don't trust them. Don't take what they say seriously. How the fuck do they know what they're doing? Again, like a lot of these people, their lives in of themselves are fucked up. And again, if they can't even fix their own personal fucking lives, how the fuck are they supposed to know anything about how to fix the world? It's retarded. You know? And Shad, you know, this one goes down, it's like, oh, well, I don't like how Sellsword says that I don't know what I'm doing. Bro. Hang on. Look at this cunt.
I've been struggling with whether or not it
Look. Fit, lean body, fat, neck beard. You know?
should make this video for a
You look at this clean shaven, fit, lean body, you know? Clearly a guy who does some basic level of exercise, because he has to. He has to. Because he's a fucking martial artist. And you got this fat fuck, this fat pudgy fuck, probably wears the gambeson in addition to protecting his fragile skin. Probably to hide how fucking fat he is, you know? Goddamn right I'm gonna body shame. I'm Asian, I don't give a fuck. You're goddamn right I'm gonna body shame. And again, the second reason, in addition to like, it's just a general PSA, the second reason is Sellsword clearly doesn't want drama. Alright? He doesn't want to start YouTube beef because that's not his bread and butter. He's not you, Shad. He doesn't have to fucking milk views trying to pick fights with people on the internet just to stay relevant. He's got his own
Restream
gig.
bot. YouTube, Janet Jane, also, hello. Over. Restream bot. YouTube, Janet Jane, I remember Shay Diversity whining about lack of female warriors in Kingdom Come game and was upset that commoners had worn and torn clothes in places cause nobody would dress like that lol. Over.
How's it going, Janet Jane? Fuck, man, and Shad's such a whiny cunt, man. So, okay. I don't know when you popped in. Again, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. We're having a bit of fun. I want to finish this little talking part and then I'll probably go play some Power World. But this is about this guy, Sellsword Arts. He put out this video, basically a PSA, Armchair Warriors versus True Swordsmanship. Basically saying, hang on, we'll summarize it on this point he makes at the end.
And train under a number of different people who don't compete in tournaments because they don't
Yes, right.
have to do it. And preferably you should do it with steel and full gear.
Oh, I don't know the exact point. But he says, basically his whole point is, there's a bunch of people who don't do any actual sword fighting. They don't do historical European martial arts or any kind of contact sparring with weapons, who go around saying that they have practical advice for sword fighting. Which is moronic, because if you aren't a sword fighter, how the fuck do you know anything about sword fighting? You shouldn't take them seriously. And Shad, being the insecure fucking man-child he is, assumed that that was a personal attack on him, and so he makes, again,
Restream
9-minute-long
bot.
video?
YouTube, Janet Jane, I've been watching for a minute, I get it.
Yeah, nice.
Over.
Again, 9-minute video, 1 hour, 5-minute response. Ass blasting.
That if anyone that actually wants to respond against certain criticisms, he could say, I wasn't referring to them specifically. How do I know in a large portion of his video he was referring to us? Well, aside from the fact that David, or is it David, Daniel? David. Aside from the fact that David has been making regular passive-aggressive kind of snipes against many other content creators in his short contents for a while now.
When I look at the landscape of what's popular in swordsmanship on the internet, it's always, let's try and make a giant anime sword work. Does double-bladed swords work? Does reverse grip work? What about this weird technique? And it's depressing, honestly.
Shad, there's lots of Arms and Armor YouTubers that do that. This is like, Skullgrim has videos all on this shit. Metatron has videos all on this shit. Scholarganatoria has videos all on this shit. You know? Everyone does videos on this shit. Because these are just obvious things, you know? Everyone does the reverse grip fucking video. Everyone's got the fucking double blade video. You're not special, Shad. You're not the only one. You're so vain, you probably think this song is about you. We're getting way too much mileage out of that song.
He has also mentioned criticisms specifically against us. This was in response to a comment of someone mentioning us. So aside from the fact that many of the things that he mentions, that we like to use foam swords in our tests, but then other false assumptions that he kind of is referencing against us that we will address, it's pretty clear that yes, he is talking about
Restream
us
bot.
for a large portion of the
YouTube,
video.
Janet Jane,
Hence why
I
we
take
should
advice
defend
about
ourselves, because
giant anime
not
sword
only is
IRL
a
from
lot of his
Demolition
claims
Ranch cause
completely
he
false,
actually wielded one
is
and
actually
tried to hit a
guilty
car
of
with it. With a little help. Over. Restream bot.
Awesome.
YouTube, Janet Jane. Over.
And again, in Sellsword's video, he's like, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but you have to understand that, like, this is meme shit. It's not real, you know? It's just dumb people having fun. Like, of course double blades don't fucking work, you know? No one fucking uses a double blade. I don't know any, I mean, I could be wrong, I'm not a fucking international historian, but I don't know any point in the history where people use double blades. You know? I don't know any point in history where there's techniques for, like, reverse grip. Like, there's none of that. Like, people could, sure, but, you know, why would you? There's better shit, just use a fucking spear. Why would you use a reverse ice pick grip when you just stab somebody normally? You get way more leverage, you know?
Nearly every single criticism he raises in his video. My position is, and this is something I've maintained through the entire history of my channel, more people talking about how awesome swords are, including knights, castles, everything on the channel, sorry, not on the channel, on the platform, the better. It is a net positive. Even when people get things wrong or they disagree with them, by people watching content that you might not like or that you might disagree with, it does give a higher chance that they'll find your content.
That's retarded. And again, these are fucking weapons, you dumb fuck. Alright? It's like people spreading misinformation about how to handle firearms. Someone can get fucking killed, you dumb fuck. You realize that, don't you? It's why people don't like martial artists, don't like that whole thing about people talking about, oh, knife self-defense, learn knife self-defense. Because if you spread misinformation on that, some cunt's gonna get himself fucking killed. Alright? This is why you gotta clarify that you shouldn't use this as legitimate fucking training material. Tell cunts you're just doing it for the meme. You could get someone fucking killed, you dumb cunt. They're fucking weapons, not toys.
Okay? I've held that stance way back. Even, I remember when I first responded to MatPat. He had a video, Knights versus Vikings versus Samurai. There were some people in response to that video saying that he should not be talking about those things, and I felt that was particularly negative. And my response was, let him talk about whatever he likes to talk about.
And again, this isn't the fucking point. Yeah, MatPat can talk about it. But MatPat, again, I've never watched whatever fucking videos talk about it. If MatPat started saying that this is practical advice, you know, trying to talk about sword techniques and shit like that, and not just presenting it as his dumbass opinion, then yeah, you'd have a fucking problem. You're trying to present that as, like, historically accurate, then yeah, you'd have a fucking problem. Because it's not historically accurate, because how could it be historically accurate? He doesn't fucking know. Also, to answer your question, it's a matter of context. Samurai had fucking guns. Alright? What era are we talking about? A samurai could just fucking shoot the Viking and then shoot the fucking knight, okay? It doesn't matter how much armor the knight has. Bang! Matchlock to the gut. It doesn't matter how big the shield is in the fucking Viking. Bang! Matchlock to the gut. Like, again... I used to be on TG, okay? We had all kinds of arguments about this shit. And that's the one that always gets brought up. Oh, who would win, a knight or a samurai? And everyone's like, what era are we talking about? What era? Because you realize samurais had fucking guns, right? Because if you're encompassing samurais in the era where they had guns, samurai wins, hands down, no question. Because he's just gonna bang, shoot the fucker.
Okay, we should not be trying to shut down other people talking about these awesome things. It's a positive, and it just gives chances for people to be introduced into the awesome interests that we have, swords, castles, and everything.
So for myself, I don't see many circumstances at all where someone should feel censored or feel a lack of freedom to expressing or even teaching something that they currently believe to be factual.
If you don't
You shouldn't be teaching shit you believe to be factual. You should teach shit you know to be factual. Belief is not good enough. You're just making shit up, you dumb fuck. And again, we're not talking about a fucking video game. These are real weapons. Cunts can get themselves fucking killed. Alright? Get that through your fucking head.
Do the art, you cannot talk about how to do the art.
So this is not me saying anyone should stop watching Sellsword Art David's content. I actually think a lot of his content is really interesting, okay? Introducing people to historical swordsmanship from his perspective. But that doesn't mean he gets everything right. In actual fact, when I say he's guilty of nearly every criticism that he mentioned.
Sellsword even went over this. Sellsword's like, yeah, I don't always get everything right, and when I get something wrong, I make corrections. And I'm happy to admit I'm wrong if I'm proven wrong. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
We're going to be sharing a specific video, specifically his basically reply to us on the double-bladed sword.
There has been much talk on the internet about the double-bladed sword. So I think the problem that we see when people are trying to justify this is they do test cuts on inanimate objects, or they spar with foam. Now, objects.
Test cuts do not test the practical effectiveness of a weapon. Test cuts are a matter of test how sharp the weapon is and how good your edge alignment is. It is like breaking boards with martial arts. Board breaking does not translate to your practical ability to win a fight. Breaking boards translates to your ability to break boards. Alright? Your accuracy, your follow through, and your just general strength. No practical martial artist is going to be impressed by your ability to break boards. That is why breaking boards and cinder blocks and all those sorts of things are a completely different section of martial arts. Typically demonstration stuff. It's impressive, sure, but it doesn't give you any indication that you're a good martial artist in the terms of practical combat ability. It doesn't mean anything, or at least not in that regard.
Or they spar with foam.
And again, like,
people are trying to justify this.
I want to see this a little bit because I just want to get this point going.
Foam.
Look at the way that blade bends. Steel doesn't work like that. Yeah, steel bends, but it's not going to bend like that. Foam has a completely different weight to steel weapons, alright? It has a different tension, okay? You cannot fight with foam weapons and pretend that is an accurate translation to what it would be like to fight with steel weapons. You can't. It's like saying fighting, doing open palm fighting where you like slap each other so you don't hurt each other, which is, you know, a thing to do just to test like technique, reaction and shit like that. Translates to full contact sparring, like in MMA cage fighting. Of course not. It's not meant to do that. This is what practicing with foam weapons do. It's about fucking practicing the general technique, reaction time, you know, shit like that. It's not meant to actually test if these fucking skills are gonna work in reality.
Now, other people have done videos on this, but we're going to come at this from the from the viewpoint of a fencer, people who actually do this and fight with these things.
Where he is guilty of nearly every single criticism he brings in this video. Also, please note that Sellsword Art's video on the double-bladed sword, even though he gets some very significant things wrong in the video, I saw no need to reply to it. We disagree, is of course entitled to his opinion, and I was perfectly happy to let people who watch both separate videos come to their own conclusions. It's only now, when David is casting criticisms as to the legitimacy of certain tests, and propping up himself as being more trustworthy and authentic, that now...
Yes, because he does actual sword fighting. He is more trustworthy and authentic. He does actual sword fighting. What are you talking about? If you did fucking HEMA, if you got off your fat fucking ass, you worthless neckbeard, and did something useful, and actually learned historical European martial arts, then people would see you as an authentic source as well. But you don't. Because it's too much hard work, isn't it? Oh, it's too hard. You'd have to actually do exercise. Oh, and you might even lose fights. Oh no. When you start going up against experienced swordsmen, you might be proven you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And wouldn't that be a fucking shame? Oh, I might lose. Boo fucking who? Because of course you're gonna fucking lose. You have no idea what you're doing. That's life.
Now, it's necessary to point out the errors in that video. This is the problem about trying to create what I believe is an elitist standard and an attempt at gatekeeping. Remember?
He's so butthurt, man. Like, Shad does this with fucking everything. When anyone points out he has no idea what he's talking about. Oh, everyone's so elitist. Everyone's so elitist. Oh, they're gatekeeping me. No, they're called fucking standards. It's not gatekeeping, it's standards, alright? Gatekeeping is about keeping people out of the community, alright? Standards are about having some level of consistency. And yes, you should probably have some level of consistency when you're dealing with fucking weapons, you know? Because, you know, you would like to keep a consistent flow of people not getting themselves fucking killed. You would like a consistent flow of people not getting their fucking tendons torn open. People not getting fucking injured. He does the same fucking thing about art. When everyone's like, bro, your AI art fucking sucks. It has no style, it has no personality, it makes no sense, there's lighting problems, there's fucking anatomy problems. And he's like, oh, all these artists are being elitist. Oh, these elitist asses, they're gatekeeping the community. No, you dumb fuck, it's called having standards. And their standards is, if you're going to do creative artwork, be fucking creative, alright? Actually create something of your own. Don't fucking shove it in a goddamn algorithm and pretend it was your work. Pick up a fucking pencil.
Well, I say.
Remember, he is the one that is encouraging people not to watch other people's content for XY reasons, and even going far to say that they should not be talking about it.
If you don't do the art, you cannot talk about how to do the art.
How to do the art. He's not saying you cannot talk about the art. You cannot talk about how to do the art. You are not listening to what he's saying. You are listening to what you want him to say. Because you're a fucking nutcase. You're a self-absorbed cunt who thinks he's better than everybody. Despite the fact you so blatantly are not.
Well, I say.
Okay? If you set that standard, that's you saying that people should not actually trust you or watch your content because, David, you are guilty of this as well, and we will share very clear, undeniable examples from his double-bladed sword video where he does this. Sellsword Art's video boils down to a number of key criticisms that I'm going to outline here. and then we'll address point by point. First, he feels that addressing or presenting sword-related content in the framework of pop culture and anime can lead to misunderstandings and is counterproductive. Trying to understand it because he says couched in terms that, and so he actually wasn't very clear on that point, but that's what I believe he's saying. And even though
he didn't actually say that, but it's convenient for my argument if I pretend he said that. Retard, you're making shit up. You're seeing ghosts, you idiot. He didn't actually say it in those terms, but that's what I believe he said. You're making shit up, you dumb fuck. That's called making shit up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
later in the video he says, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I actually think he's being dishonest when he says that, because in other videos he's been very clear that he feels sword-related content that is done in the framework of anime and pop culture, giant swords, stuff we do on Shadowversity a lot, hence why it's pretty clear he's talking about us, is depressing.
Again, the cunt's so self-absorbed. You're not the only cunt that talks about this shit. They all talk about this shit. They all talk about this shit, whether they're HEMA practices or not. Everyone talks about this shit. You're not special, Snowflake. You're a dime a dozen.
And lacks integrity.
When I look at the landscape of what's popular in swordsmanship on the internet, it's always, let's try and make a giant anime sword work. Does double-bladed swords work? Does reverse grip work? What about this weird technique? And it's depressing, honestly. And unfortunately, because I have to run a business and I have to get views, I have to make some content involving that kind of stuff. But I want to...
Yeah, and I'm sure it is depressing for a guy who does actual sword fighting that people don't want to talk about real sword fighting. People only want to talk about fantasy. I'm sure it is fucking depressing, you know? It's depressing as me, you know? A creative who wants to make original work. I want to tell original stories, do my own art and shit like this. Listening to people complain about, oh, everything's the same, there's no new ideas anymore. You know? Cunts who only ever want to talk about fucking anime. Their idea of animation is just Disney in anime or fucking cartoons. You know? I play a lot of independent sort of games. It's depressing listening to people only talk about mainstream games. They're like, oh, gaming's awful, gaming is the worst. All games nowadays suck. Because all they play is fucking shit. I'm sure it's fucking depressing. I relate to the cunt.
Well, I say.
He wants to talk about how cool sword fighting is, and no one else does. Everyone wants to talk about fucking anime and crap. Shit that isn't real sword fighting. Damn right it's fucking depressing. No one wants to talk about the actual craft. They all want to talk about, they embellish their art with colourful styles. As if I can't remember exactly how the Miyamoto Musashi saying goes. They do not understand that the flower grows from the seed. They hasten quickly the growth of the flower. And the flower that grows is not as beautiful.
Do it my way, with integrity.
So, he does have an issue with that type of content.
Anime, video games, pop culture, and all of those things are not accurately representing swordsmanship. It's cool, it's fun, and it's enjoyable to watch, but that's not the way that swords would have actually been used. But because most popular content creators who do things about swords are courting that audience, they tend to couch things in terms of those anime techniques or things like that.
This is an odd thing to say because it's specifically referring to the popular sword content creators. because one of the more dedicated things that we've done on Shadowversity is actually criticizing pop culture anime choreography for how unrealistic it is.
Yeah, and how the fuck do you know? You don't do real sword fighting, you dumb fuck. How the fuck do you know if this is how a sword fight should actually play out? That's exactly the fucking point he's trying to make. You don't fucking know. You don't do sword fighting. How do you know? What's your fucking experience? Oh, I know. Watching fucking Hollywood movies, isn't it? Reading a Wikipedia fucking page. What do you fucking know?
My entire series, Fight Scene Autopsy, is dedicated to that. You do one hit and they miss doesn't mean you have to return to normal. No, you can follow up with a thrust or another attack or any number of things. From
How do you know? Maybe the person on the defending side is trying to conserve energy. You know, holding up a fucking metal blade. Well, you know, metal has weight. Maybe that's why they're doing it. I bring this up all the time. Like, if you ever been around when we've watched MMA fights and shit like that, I always bring that up. You know when a person is getting exhausted when they're dropping their guard, because it takes your arms have weight. I don't know why I'm holding my arms up, holding a fucking guard. You can't see that through the screen. Problems of being a VTuber. Oh no. But yeah, when people have their guard up, you know, holding your arms up exerts energy. So you know a person is tired if they keep dropping their guard. So maybe that's why. That's why he blocks it, then he puts his guard down. Maybe he's trying to conserve energy. What the fuck do you know?
in this position, you can just keep on attacking. You don't need to just thrust and then move back. It's like, there was nothing else I could have done. You got me, Galadriel, you got me. Let alone the lengths of the realism analysis that we go into when reviewing any type of pop culture weapon or fight scene. So I can only assume he's not talking.
Like, look at these morons. Like, again, hope to God there's a fucking foam swords. You morons can fucking hide. You got the fucking helmets on. I hope there's a fucking foam swords. Even with foam swords, you can poke each other in the fucking eye. Put a fucking helmet on. Put a fucking face cover on. You can cut your fucking face open, you dumb shit.
Talking about us.
This is exactly the fucking point. This is exactly the fucking point. Because you dumb fucks don't understand any of this. You're putting your lives in fucking danger. I hope to God those are not real weapons.
Even though he...
Look at this moron. You're firing a fucking arrow at a cunt with no helmet. You have any idea how fucking stupid this is?
Valord coward. Chili level, heated.
Bro, I am heated now.
Over.
I am heated now. This is, again, this is exactly the point I was bringing up at the beginning. Okay? And this legitimately pisses me off. You have gone from just being a goober, being a bit of a meme, being a little butthurt, to just being a straight safety hazard. Okay? Someone could get fucking killed, you dumb cunt. These are not fucking toys. They're weapons. They're specifically designed to cause serious bodily harm. Okay? They're not fucking toys. What the fuck are you morons doing? Put a fucking helmet on. Cover your
Valord
fucking
coward.
face.
I certainly hope he kills himself.
Bro.
Over.
Bro. Yeah, I feel for Sellsword. This shit's depressing.
Valord coward. Why? Let them, it would be funny. Over.
Like, hey, it'd be funny for us. It wouldn't be funny for his fucking wife, you know? It wouldn't be funny for his fucking kid. It wouldn't be funny for his fucking friends and his family if he got himself killed. It'd be funny for us. Because we'd be like, That's not much of a surprise. Could have seen that one coming. But that's because we don't like you. We hope bad things happen to you because we don't like you. But I am a fellow human being, and I understand there are people in your life who care about you. People who would be absolutely devastated if you fucking died. And then you're doing shit like this.
Valord coward. Don't cry for an idiot, or you'll be crying forever. Over.
Well, again, at the end
Valord
of the day,
coward.
it's not my responsibility.
Wasting your breath, bro.
Well,
Over.
I mean, yeah, look, as I said before, I'm not gonna cry. I don't care about you. I don't even like you. But you have a fucking family, cunt. You have friends. And they're gonna miss you, not me. I don't care, you're a dime a dozen dickhead as far as I'm concerned, but the people in your life are gonna fucking miss you. And again, I guess it's frustrating for me because, again, I live in a fucking Townsville, which is like the biggest infantry barracks, and I know cunts whose lives have just been fucked up from incompetent shit while training, you know? I know a guy, well, I don't know the guy, I heard a story, man, of a guy where they were doing a pack march in the fucking summer sun. And then the sergeant was they were having some fucking pissing match between the officers, and the fucking officer, I think a corporal or something, no, not corporal, the fucking lieutenant or some shit, I don't know the rank. But the officer in charge of the fucking
Valord coward.
group,
Yeah, I remember that
Yeah.
one.
he makes the cunt,
Over.
they're marching in the sun, and one cunt passes out, man. And then they're like, fuck, man, this cunt passed out, maybe we should call it. And then the fucking officer's like, no, keep marching, just get him back up and fall in line and keep marching. And then they keep fucking marching. And then the cunt fucking starts, like, just walking off into a random direction, and then just hits the ground again. And then they can't wake him up for a bit. And when he finally wakes up, the cunt's got brain damage. Because he was marching in the sun, and it was so fucking hot, the guy got dehydrated, and now the dude has fucking brain damage. Irreversible. The cunt's fucked. His entire life is now fucked. Because some dickhead officer, too busy having a fucking pissing match. Now he's fucked up one of his soldiers' lives forever. And I don't know the guy. I'm only angry because he's one of my fellow citizens and he's one of my fucking soldiers, I need this cunt to go defend the country from, I don't know, let's say China. But like, I don't know the guy. I'm not his family. I'm not his friend. I can't imagine, oh man, I can't imagine what it must be like being the mother of that cunt and hearing that news. Being that dude's best friend and hearing the news. And for what? Again, sorry, this has legitimately pissed me off now. We've gone from just, oh, look at this scuba. Ha ha hee hee, look at this scuba, to now, you cunts are a fucking safety hazard. You cunts are gonna get yourselves killed. This is exactly the fucking point. These are not fucking toys. They are weapons. They are designed to
Valord
fucking
coward.
cause serious bodily harm.
For nothing. He is fucked up for
Yeah, man.
nothing.
Yeah,
Over.
bud, What a fucking waste, man.
Valord coward.
So fucked.
So I wouldn't worry about it. Over.
And again, like I said, I don't worry about it. Like, I don't know the dude. I don't even know the dude's name. I don't know what he looks
Valord coward. Your concern for their family is wasted.
And again, like, I don't
Over.
have concern for the family, but like, the dude had a family. The dude had friends. And it's all just been fucked up because of some useless cunt. Couldn't do his job right. And that's exactly the same with you, Shad, You are so blatantly at risk of fucking someone's life up because you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Even though he is referring to the more popular sword content creators. What really seems to be his criticism is that he finds it's unfortunate that there are more types of videos breaking down pop culture fight scenes or fantasy weapons than there are straight historical content.
No, that's not the problem at all, you dumb cunt. You cunts are a fucking safety hazard.
Well, I say.
And of course, you don't fucking understand that because you don't do real martial arts. You have no idea. No idea. This is This is like the cunt that looks down the barrel of his gun to see why the bullet's jammed. This is that moment. That's what you cunts are. You're the guys looking down the barrel of the gun. Do you see the bullet in there? Oh yeah, the bullet's in there. Looks like it's jammed, mate. You cunts are gonna get yourselves fucking killed. What you Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Oh, my brain.
Well, simply, this is where he should just make the content he wants to see and make, and we'll be very happy to continue making the content we love making. I don't think it's an unfortunate or depressing thing at all that there is so much content talking about pop culture and swords. It's fun, and I love it. But sellsword art seems to actually have an issue with that there should be made less of it, and that you should not watch it as much as you do. And then he says he feels he has to do that type of content because it's the only way to get decent views, but he will do it with integrity. Which I think is him saying that a standard that he feels is valid. What is that standard? Well, it's actually quite arbitrary.
The standard is quite blatant. He's gonna put fucking disclaimers. He's going to take this shit seriously.
Valord coward. Heated chili is a once in a blue moon occurrence. Over.
Yeah, buddy. Like, fuck me, bro.
No, not like that.
Like, bro, this has just gone over the line from just stupid to a straight safety hazard, man. You're gonna get someone fucking killed.
Valord coward. Oh sorry, let me just get my pants back on. Over.
And yeah, like, that's the same thing for me as a content creator, you know? I got animation plans and
Valord coward.
and like,
For once it's hot in here and not because of that. Over.
like, I want to create original animations, but I am fully aware of the knowledge. Like, I have animation plans in the future, but a lot of the animations I want to do to build my channel are going to be derivative animations. Like, I want to do Dragon Ball Z parodies and Yu-Gi-Oh parodies and shit like that. You know, parody mainstream crap. I want to do some reviews of like anime and shit like that. Shit I don't want to do, but I know it's going to be popular. Well, I say, if an MO. Well, I say, if an MO. Well, howdy, Ubi. Well, I say, if an MO friend. Well, howdy, Ubi. Well, I say, if an MO friend activist. There we go, that's looking nice. Well, howdy, Ubi. Well, I say, if an MO friend activist. How are you, good sir? Well, howdy, Ubi. Well, howdy, Ubi. Well, actually, that's what I should do. I should make his fucking shirt purple. That's what I should do. Like the fucking Ubisoft logo. That makes sense. What's the Ubisoft logo? Ubisoft. No, not the news. No one cares about Ubisoft in the news except when they do something funny. Okay, what's the color like? It's like a bluish, actually. Bluish purple. Well, howdy, Ubi. Well, I say. Well, howdy, Ubi. Well, I say, if an MO friend activist. Now what? Alright.
some of the other points or criticisms he shares in the video, I think, is his standard, and then we're going to explain why it is arbitrary and hypocritical.
God, we're only like 40 minutes in. Like, what else do you have to talk about, man? What else are you gonna talk about? We're probably not gonna listen to all of this. we'll probably skip forward a little.
He says that they need to be using proper gear and steel swords, and if you don't use steel swords, well, in the video he says...
Yeah, you definitely should be...
Valord coward. I have no idea, but I think it'd be best to save it for another day. Over.
Oh, well, I'm gonna go play a bit of Power World. So I don't mind watching that while I do some Power Worlding. Power Worlding? Yeah, we'll go with Power Worlding. God, it's fucking... Why is it surprisingly humid?
Is less validity.
I'm probably gonna have to end the VTube, I think. Whoops. That's gonna have to be it from me. Well, not me as a whole, but me as a VTuber. Bye.
Valord coward. Well, I think saving it for later because then you can be louder. Over. Valord coward. Later UA. Over.
Cloud error.
Or something along those lines, because he knows he's used foam swords in his tests. Although, in previous comments, before he realized that there are sometimes you need to use foam swords, he says that tests with foam swords are basically useless. There's the exact wording right there. So he has come to a
Are basically useless. The exact wording. But foam swords aren't real swords, and any conclusions you draw from using them realistically aren't very good. Yeah. Yeah. What a fucking surprise. Using foam swords isn't an actual translation to using steel swords. What a fucking surprise. In a dramatic plot twist, foam and steel are not the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. No shit.
realize that, no, there are times when foam swords can actually give legitimate, valid information, only if you acknowledge it. And if you don't acknowledge it, it seems like everything that is used or taught with foam swords are less reliable. And then lastly, he...
Valord coward. Foam is lighter than metal. Shocker.
Yeah, foam,
Over.
Foam is lighter than metal, alright? It doesn't have the same weight. It doesn't have the same tension, alright? Foam bends a hell of a lot easier than metal. They weigh... Oh, well, that's lighter, you know. They're different scales as well, you know, because foam can't be as thin as metal, so foam swords are naturally going to be fatter than steel swords. And they're also, the wind resistance is going to be different, you know? Because, you know, steel blades are steel blades. You know, they're thin, they cut through the air a hell of a lot better than fucking foam does. Foam is going to encounter more air resistance, you know? They're not a good translation. Again, it's like I said before, doing open hand fucking slap fighting doesn't actually translate properly to full-on fist fighting, full contact, balls to the walls fist fighting. Of course not. I mean, you can't even slap with your kicks, okay? When you do slap fighting, open hand fighting, you're not allowed to kick. Or you're gonna have to fucking pull back on your kicks, you know? And yes, you should wear full gear. Wear full protective gear, you dumb fuck. They're fucking weapons! They're fucking weapons! They're not fucking toys! Yansu. What is that in Japanese?
If this is Sydney, why is everything in Japanese?
We need to watch Boruto again. I watched a couple random episodes. It's so good.
Valord coward. New glitch maybe.
Yeah,
Over.
definitely. 'Cause there was an update.
Accuses, which I believe is accusing us, because it's mentioned in other comments that we lack swordsmanship skill, and in the video he goes all the way to basically say they don't practice the art of swordsmanship.
The other issue is that there are very few people who are popular swordsmanship creators who do a lot of fencing. And so a lot of people who are popular and making popular stuff about swordsmanship don't actually fence. Now, other people have done videos on this, but we're gonna come at this from the viewpoint of a fencer, of people who actually do this and fight with these things.
Which seems to be enough to his standard that he feels would make someone qualified to share informed opinions. So, I think the first thing we should address in those criticisms is what type of experience we have here on Shadowversity in regards to swordsmanship, weapons, and history combat in general. Nate,
Shad.
so Sellsword Art's recent video is casting proposing a contention about what it truly means to practice the art of swordsmanship in such a way that grants proper authority to talk about swords in a legitimate way that can be trusted. And he does basically say that we do not have that required experience.
Not just us, but yes.
Yeah, I mean,
so
that's the problem about not being specific who he's talking to, because was he referring to
Not just us, but yes.
Gallagher, Metatron, Lindy Bay?
yeah,
Or, I mean,
that,
yeah,
that is the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, David, I love your content. Like, I truly do. I've been watching it since you and Wade, I believe, were in the studio just filming you guys doing stunt fighting. It's good stuff. It still is. But I don't agree with your recent video. Man, I'm so sorry. But experience-wise, like, we do have experience, though not a lot of us are active practitioners.
Well, when you say active practitioners, we're not actively attending, say, a HEMA club, which seems to be the standard that he feels people need to do to be legitimate. When we actually actively practice with swords weekly.
We do here,
Yeah.
yes.
And
you've got 20
years of swordsmanship experience, couched in martial arts experience.
That's true.
And what I find problematic about him proposing such an arbitrary standard that he clearly qualifies to, because that's the standard he's proposing, right? It invalidates so many other forms of medieval swordsmanship practice, right? Now, I could do the same. I could set an arbitrary standard that falls into my own qualifications. Like, if people have not gone to Japan to study kendo and see real historical Japanese swords, they're going to be less informed and less trustworthy whenever they speak about the katana. Yeah, I wonder if David has that experience I have. There are many other types of experience that I'm confident enough to say that we perhaps have that he doesn't. We use a very wide range of weapons here, not just swords. Spears, halberds. I've had experience with multiple different weapons, sword and shield, and we do not only a heck of a lot of cutting, we have handled such...
Like, this is all stemmed from the fact that you are listening to what you want to hear and not what he actually said. You know? And now you just built this straw man. Yeah, you're not even fighting a straw man. You've waged an entire war against the straw man. The enemy you're trying to fight doesn't exist. Wake up. The war's over. There was no war. You don't even know if he's talking to you. You just assume he's talking about you because you're deeply insecure and incredibly self-absorbed. Like, that's all he said. Like, all fucking Cell Sword Art says is that if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't, then how do you, if you have done what you claim to be an expert in, you know, if you, again, what does he say? If you don't do the art, you can't talk about how to do the art. Playing with your fucking toy swords in the backyard doesn't make you an experienced sword fighter, mate. In the same way, getting into fights in the street doesn't make you a martial artist. Sorry. Drawing pictures for DeviantArt doesn't make you a professional artist. I like how he's got his academics too. Academics, please respond. Academics, please respond. Listen to a little bit more and then we'll just go back to Cell Sword Art's response to this video. So obviously we ain't gonna go through a whole hour of this shit. Missing the point, the movie.
Such a wide variety of different functional swords that gives us a pretty more unique perspective on how
Valord
swords
Howard.
handle in their various different types and ranges, right?
Over.
So if I was to propose that as, unless you have done this, right, you would be less informed and you shouldn't trust other people. Do you see how disingenuous this kind of arbitrary is basically trying to set up an appeal to authority fallacy?
So, yeah, there is a thought amongst the sword community that HEMA is the be-all and end-all of learning the art of the sword, which in historical fact, HEMA has been around for a few hundred years, whereas sword fighting itself has been around for 1,000.
Retard. It's called historical European martial arts. The whole point of historical European martial arts is to fight in a way that as accurately as possible reflects historical European martial arts. Look, there's two versions. I know I've practiced two versions of Taekwondo. Combat Taekwondo and competition Taekwondo. Because one is designed for Olympic competition. That's a completely different style as opposed to the other form of Taekwondo, which is traditional Taekwondo, which is about it's a derivative of the fucking form of Taekwondo they taught to the fucking military. One is about scoring points in a sport, the other is about fucking people up. One is expected to be used by military personnel, you know. The other is expected to be used in the fucking Olympics. The point of historical European martial arts is not about how to kill someone with a sword. It's about accurately reflecting what sword fighting would have been like back in historical Europe. understanding of how this shit would have worked, there have to be actual testing. That's why HEMA incorporates actual sword fighting. It's like fencing. There's competition fencing, like for fucking the Olympics, and then there's actual fencing. I don't know the correct terminology. That's based off the actual historical art about fucking murdering people. There is competition shooting, you know, where you shoot fucking clay pigeons and try to shoot a bunch of targets as quickly as possible, standing still. And then there's actual combat fucking shooting, you know? Expecting to get into a proper firefight with people.
So,
Of years.
I have an opinion that many in the human community actually really dislike, but I think is just blatantly true. The treatises are an invaluable resource.
Absolutely.
I think they are amazing, but I also feel that they more likely represent a smaller minority of the way historical swordsmanship was done historically, because most people didn't learn swordsmanship historically from a treatise or from a master.
No, that's true. They had their own.
What? Do you think people just buy swords down at the fucking local shop and then go start hacking each other to death with it? What the fuck are you talking about? Do you have any idea how fucking expensive a sword was? There was a reason only knights were allowed to wear swords in public, and noblemen. I don't even know if noblemen were allowed to wear swords. There's a reason why only samurai were allowed to wear katanas in public. First of all, they're fucking expensive. Second of all, they're about class. You realise that? You realise medieval Europe wasn't a fucking democracy, you caveman. It was a fucking class system. Not anyone can just get anything. I don't think that most people would have learned the sword by fucking learning it from a master. How do you honestly think people learned how to use the sword? You think this is a fucking video game? People just, they collect 100 GP and then they go down to their local blacksmith and buy one. And then they walk around with their sword dangling off their hilt and none of the guards question or arrest them. There's a reason why most soldiers in battlefields don't use fucking swords. They use fucking spears and clubs and fucking axes. Modified farming tools. Because they're fucking peasants. I guess that goes back to what fucking Janet James said, where he was having a talk. Well, I think it's very unrealistic that the peasants dressed in such a poor way, almost like they're impoverished. Clearly they'd be rolling around in their fucking gold-trimmed fucking outfits, with their fucking swords dangling from their belt. What do you think this is? What are you basing that off? What are you basing that off? Why do you believe that? Are they gonna? Let's see if he explains why he believes that.
Master, but a lot of the time the treatises came about.
Didn't learn swordsmanship historically from a treatise or from a master.
No, that's true. They had their own master, but a lot of the time the treatises came about in the Renaissance period when it was a lot of dueling. So it's same weapon versus same weapon compared to majority of history where you're taking a...
Yeah.
Valord
Yeah, you
coward.
dumb fuck.
Clearly ye olden days 'twas video game.
Yeah, buddy.
Over.
Yeah, you want to know why the treaties, like books about sword fighting, made it to the public during the Renaissance? Yeah, you're right. You want to know why? Because it was legal to own a fucking sword. It wasn't like that in the medieval age. You only ever got to learn that from a fucking master. You had to be born a fucking knight. Or at least start working as a fucking squire. And even then, I don't think squires were allowed to hold swords. I guess they would have.
I don't know if that's true. I ain't a fucking historian on knights. But yeah, they were able to sell books on sword fighting when swords were allowed to be given to the public. Think about it, moron. How do you think people learned how to fight with a sword before treaties existed? And swords were legal for the wider public. How do you think your average peasant learned how to fight? How do you think your average peasant even got a fucking sword? I don't even think most European armies were professional armies. They weren't like the fucking Romans, where the Romans were like, oh yeah, you joined the army, we'll give you a free set of armor, shield and sword. You're good to go, mate. No, most of them you have to buy your own shit. You got conscripted, and they're like, all right, you'll join the army now. Go buy some arms and armor, or we're gonna throw you in prison. And so most people just buy a fucking gambazon, you know, something nice and cheap. They go buy a spear, something that they probably would have owned for pest control. They go buy the most expensive thing they probably buy is a fucking helmet and a shield, you know. I don't know of any fucking armies in the medieval age where they had professional armies where they paid for shit. The closest thing they had to a professional army was the knight class, and they're not professionals. They still have to buy their own gear. None of it was
Valord
provided by the
coward.
state. What are you talking about?
Supposedly a lot of them went in with just their clothes or jerkins,
Yeah.
and they took their hoe or pitchfork.
Yeah,
Over.
they would. They'd probably get their weapons. Like, if anything, they'd probably get their weapons salvaged from other battles. Again, that's what made Rome such a fucking powerhouse, man. They were the first modern army. You know? A professional army. The state paid for their gear. They paid for their training. They paid for their gear. That's why they were able to field uniform armies. And again, because they had uniform armies, everyone had the same level of gear. Obviously, if you could afford something better, I think really the dividing line was cavalry. If you could afford a horse, you could be in the cavalry. I want to be in the cavalry at the mill of the war. But apart from that, they'd provide the armor, they'd provide the weapons, and they'd provide the shield. And that's why you had to serve in the fucking army for like, what, 20 years? Or like, I can't remember, like 20 years with 5 campaigns. Whichever came first.
Valord coward. Yeah, and it was the losing parties that perpetuated the view of looting battlefields as immoral. Over.
Until they won. And if they lost, it was, oh, look at these vultures leeching off the dead. And if they won, well, it's the spoils of war. Dig in, boys.
Valord coward. LOL yes, until they won. Over.
Like, surely Shad 100% believes that, like, the medieval age was better than modern times. How much do you want to bet he's like, oh, the modern age is terrible. It's not like the good old days of the 14th century. We got all these TikToks, you know, all these girls dancing on the TikToks instead of learning swordsmanship, you know. Oh, all these
Valord coward.
wenches on OnlyFans.
He clearly thinks it was some golden era.
Yeah, buddy.
Over.
Back in the day where men were men, where there was people fought wars and nothing bad ever happened. You know, you can tell it was a good time back then because the average lifespan was only 50 years. You know, oh, the good old days before the internet. How much you want to bet that he thinks, fighting with swords was so much more honorable
Unlike the gun is so uncivilized. Oh, fighting with swords was so much more honorable and civilized. Even though it made it a one-sided competition where whoever could afford training, which again was typically limited to the fucking knight class and the nobility class. So you
Valord coward.
throughout the medieval period.
He thinks himself some knight that would win battles, when in reality he would die to a stray arrow or to his own men because the idiot took a sword to a spear battle. Over.
Oh. Something's about to break. Oh.
Valord coward. Oof damn.
Oh.
Over. Valord coward. Is this it?
Oh, well,
Over.
the stream's still going. Ooh. I think the hard drive unplugged itself. Scene crashed.
Valord coward. That's what that sounds was.
Yeah, yeah.
Over.
Oh, well, it's still going. Yeah, like, I legitimately want to know. What does this cunt honestly think the medieval period was like? Because I bet he thought it was the fucking apex of humanity, man. What with all the rampant diseases, the microscopic lifespan, you know, the hyper-oppressive societies. Oh, it must have been just darling, eh? It must have been just fucking darling.
A sword to use as some form of an advantage. So it'll be on the battlefield or to protect yourself against other types of opponents. Where you're taking a sword, and the treatises came about in the Renaissance period when it was a lot of dueling. So it's same weapon versus same weapon compared to majority of history where you're taking a sword to use as some form of an advantage. So it'll be on the battlefield or to protect yourself against other types of opponents. Dueling same weapon versus same weapon, although big from the Renaissance on, wasn't really the standard and hasn't been the standard for a lot of history.
Yes and no. I mean, again, they don't sit on their asses. They have to keep fighting. That's what the Japanese samurai do. You know? When they weren't fighting, if they weren't fighting wars, they were fighting each other in competition. Practicing their arts for when the war does eventually kick off. They don't sit around. In fact, they had to start, I remember, like during the Dark Ages, I remember learning about this, in the Dark Ages, they had to bring in rules and formalize competitions, because the knights and shit like that, the warrior class, would just have these spontaneous competitions, man, with each other, where they'd go out to the field, have a little bit of a setup, and then they'd just murder each other. Cunts would get injured, they'd get cut open, and then their wounds would get infected, and they'd fucking die. And so and then the kings and shit like that, the nobility, had to fucking bring in wars and formalize this shit properly to stop these cunts from killing each other all the goddamn time.
Valord coward. He just wants to be a bully. He thinks he would dominate battles. We already know he thinks highly of himself, so no doubt he just wants to lord over people.
Yeah, I bet this cunt.
Over.
I bet this cunt thinks that if I was in the medieval age, I'd be a knight. Oh, I'd be a knight. I wouldn't be one of the lowly peasants. I'd be a knight. I'd own a horse. Oh, I'd ride around in me heavy plate armor ever so gallantly, slaying the Saracens for the glory of the papacy. When in reality, you'd be a fucking meat shield. That's your job. You'd be a fucking meat shield like the rest of us.
A lot of In fact, we could more safely assume most people historically learnt swordsmanship by picking it up and trying to figure it out, practicing with...
Where would they pick up a sword, you dumb fuck? Where? It's illegal. It's like saying, oh, well, I think most people in Australia, you know, they wouldn't learn shooting by going down to the shooting range. No, they'd just pick up a gun and start shooting. Where? Where would they just pick up a gun randomly? You know? It's the same with fucking swords. Alright, it's illegal. Or it was illegal in that period. Again, it wasn't legalized until the Renaissance. Because guess what? The nobility had fucking guns. That's why the nobility didn't care anymore. Have your fucking toy swords. We got fucking guns. Bang! We have full plate armor and guns. What are you gonna do about it, peasant? You and your dinky little sword. Bang!
partners, and getting instruction from someone who is more informed, not necessarily from what they would consider a master or is teaching a very specific style. And
It's an...
Who? Honestly, who? What is this world you live in, mate? Where peasants just find swords laying on the ground. And they just... Some guy in their neighborhood, you know, like a fucking... like a neighborhood drug dealer. There's also the neighborhood fucking fencer. You know? He's not a master, he doesn't know what he's doing, but he goes around teaching people. What the fuck are you talking about? Elaborate. Because I have never heard of anything like that. Never. The only people allowed to own swords was the fucking nobility and the knight class. Because the nobility was fucking rich enough and prestigious enough, and the knights because it was their fucking job. It was more than a job, it was their fucking existence to kill each other. Where would your average peasant learn to fight with a fucking sword? You know? The best case scenario for your average peasant is your dad might be able to teach you. And your dad might happen to own a sword because your dad happened to find a wall and he just happened to pick up a sword at some point. That's your best case scenario. But again, how many peasants do you actually think that encompasses? Medieval armies were fucking tiny. They want these gigantic armies of hundreds of thousands of men marching on Minas Tirith. No, you dumb fuck. Your average battle was only like a couple hundred people. The average amount of people that would have swords of those, like, we'll say a battle of like 200 people going up against another 200. And that's a pretty big army. And then of those cunts, you know, of the 200 people in those battles, there'd probably be like, what, 50 of them would actually have swords. There'd be all the knights and the nobility. Everyone else would have fucking spears and axes, bill hooks and shit like that. Repurposed farming tools. Spears, bows, javelins, slingers. Like, again, you see how this cunt ended up getting laughed at by the historical community, you know? Oh, but all those historians, they're a bunch of elitists. Oh, they're all trying to gatekeep. Oh.
It's an assumption, but I'd say that's a pretty good assumption.
pretty good.
Yeah, you dumb fuck, it's an assumption. You have no idea if it's true or not. You're just making shit up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know, you're making shit up. You have no idea if this is true or not. Because you don't know, you haven't studied it. You're making shit up. Again, as I've explained, the reason why this wouldn't be the case is because swords were fucking illegal. You were not allowed to own a sword. If you, as a random peasant, was walking around the street with a fucking sword, you would get arrested. It would be so fucking illegal. It would be just like trying to walk around the middle of us, like being an average civilian and walking around Australia with a fucking M16 over your shoulder. You would get fucking arrested. It's illegal. Like, seriously. You're blowing my fucking mind, man. Where would you find the sword? Where do you honestly
Valord
think
coward.
they would find a sword?
Not to put a stop to spicy chili, you're talking in circles, bro.
I know I am.
Over.
I know I am. It's just so mind-blowing to me. I know I'm talking in circles. It's just so jaw-droppingly misinformed. Alright, I guess I guess I'm
Valord
back.
coward. It is pretty mind-numbing how he just doesn't understand the time period.
Yeah, man.
Over.
Alright. We need a little more sanity. Let's watch Cell Swords.
Hi,
follow on.
my name is David, and I am the one-man show behind all the content you see here at Sellsword Arts. And yes, I have seen Shadiversity's response video to me. I've been debating what I wanted to do. If I wanted to make a point-by-point rebuttal like he did, if I wanted to just ignore it, and I've kind of come to the conclusion that I think Shad misunderstood the point of my video, and that led him to make a premise for his video based on that misunderstanding. So today, we're gonna clear some things up. So at the beginning of Shad's video, he says that the sword community has been attacked by me, which makes me feel like he doesn't feel like I'm in the sword community. So how about this? Why don't we have a public live stream? I'll bring some of my instructors, you can bring your co-presenters, and we can clear up any misunderstandings.
Valord
The first few minutes
coward.
of Shad's video, he lays out his
Sorry,
premise,
I
and
didn't
it's based on
mean to
his
rain on your
interpretation of
parade.
these two quotes. This one,
Over.
if you don't do
Nah, it's a fair point. You know, I think for this late in the night, I think this is too stupid for this late in the night. We'll get a little more sanity.
the art, you cannot talk about how to do the
Valord
art.
coward.
And this one. But today I want to talk
LOL,
to you
it
guys about
happens.
what makes good sword
Over.
content and who you should and shouldn't listen to and why. He comes to the conclusion that I'm saying you shouldn't watch other content creators and you shouldn't talk about swords unless you fence. The meaning of my words, both now and in their original context in my video, are that while you should definitely enjoy pop culture and fantasy swordsmanship content, like I encourage in the video, you should also be able to understand the difference between that and the reality of how swords and swordsmanship work. And if you're putting yourself forward as an authority on swords and
Valord coward.
swordsmanship and how they actually
But I'm with
function,
you in
you should
sleepy boy
probably
hours.
use them.
I want
the
to
purpose
lay
of my
down,
original video
but
was
I
to
have
help
to go
educate
to
my
work
followers
to
on the
grab
difference
some
between
shit.
content that's made purely for
Over.
fantasy and fun and content that's made to help educate them on the way the sword is actually used. In this context, where I'm trying to help my followers discern between fantasy and educational content, the word listen doesn't mean don't watch somebody else's stuff.